To the vice president who replaced him as the Democratic candidate lost to now President-elect Trump.
They're telling us here at the White House he will come out and talk about Harris's loss and a peaceful transfer of power.
Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House.
When President Biden phoned Donald Trump, he invited him to come to the White House at some date in the near future between now and January. We are told by Biden White House officials the staffs are going to work something out.
Vice President Harris also called to congratulate President-elect Trump.
I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
Harris also told her supporters while conceding defeat at Howard University.
On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while.
Now, the president-elect is already starting to consider who to pick for his next cabinet, and getting his nominees confirmed may not be too difficult in the Senate next year. Republicans have already won the majority with 52 seats and maybe more. GOP Senator Marco Rubio tells Fox.
Bob Casey, my colleague from Pennsylvania, really should concede. It's pretty clear he's not going to win that race. And I think we have a really good chance in Nevada. That's 54. So that's a very strong position for us to be in.
Now, Republican Dave McCormick leads in Pennsylvania over Casey by about 30,000 votes. But in Nevada, Republican Sam Brown now trails Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen by almost a full percent as they keep counting the votes. A wind-whipped wildfire is burning out of control northwest of Los Angeles.
Firefighters were right off the bat engaged in pulling people out of their houses and saving lives.
Ventura County, California Fire Captain Trevor Johnson, about 10,000 people have evacuated. The fast-moving flames have already burned down dozens of homes in a matter of hours, and the so-called mountain fire threatens more than 3,000 other homes and buildings in the area. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, I'm a gun guy, Second Amendment guy, and I want to tell you about a family-owned company that I just love. It's Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they make more than 200 models of rifles, shotguns, revolvers right here in America. The quality's so good, they have a lifetime guarantee. The craftsmanship and smooth action, they are top-notch. I speak from experience. Every Henry I own, accurate right out of the box. They've all been reliable ever since. The best way to learn about Henry, get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are and a great newsletter. Just go to henryusa.com. That's one word, henryusa.com. Click on the free catalog button. It's in the upper right-hand corner. And they even donate to our military and veterans and law enforcement and first responders, children's hospitals, families with sick kids. They do it all. And also Guns for Great Causes programs. Anyway, go to henryusa.com, get your free catalog, free decals, and a list of dealers where you are, henryusa.com.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. At least that's the way the Tug does it, but we have no Tug today. It's Lowe's, it's Rhino. Tug on a short vacation over in South Carolina. He'll be back on Monday. He gets the celebration glow going. But you still get your boys. We'll still be doing this all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. Rhino, the buzz hasn't worn off, really. It's more of like, it's changing. Yeah, it went from elation to now, all right, I'm starting to look around at the landscape of what other people are saying and paying attention a little bit to that.
The weird part is, I still don't believe he won. You know, I know I was there. I know I watched it.
You were half awake.
I kept watching yesterday as, let's see how many more keep coming in, because I think we're getting to 312, like I said,
yes.
And I think it'll continue to get to that point. But until I actually see him get inaugurated, I don't believe they're going to stop, because I've already seen the denials, and I find it really funny. Like, well, how could Biden get 80 million and her only get 60 million? Yeah, that's been our question since 2020.
Has anyone else done the math on that one? That was part of my focus yesterday. As you did watch the Democrat media picking up the pieces of what had become a failed campaign. And there was something that I had brought up several times leading up to the election. I said, what if Donald Trump beats her? And I proposed, all right, what if he crushes her? There's going to have to be seismic changes within the Democrat Party and what they're doing. Part of it's going to be stop running women. Even though your party has become led by single cat lady women, you're going to have to make a fundamental change to what you're doing right now. And that's what I was spending my time. Like, I watched The View for the first time yesterday. It's mind-numbing how these people, they've accepted defeat, but they still don't want to analyze and recognize that the reason why they're at where they're at is because they've become the party of crazy fringe people.
Yeah, the more I went through and I watched some of The View, and it was exactly what we, I think, expected anyway with some of these crazy people. But the fear is that this craziness is more than just those few people on TV. This is all over. These people have lost their mind over things that the media has lied to them about. And the more that I watch, the more I realize we have a huge mental health crisis in this country. And we're going to play some cuts later of some of these people who have just lost their mind over 2 days. And it hasn't been over 2 days. Listen, they've been doing this for 8 years, just losing their mind, really.
It just came to the forefront of how upset they got. By the way, we will take any of your calls whenever you're calling in, because again, this doesn't happen a lot. It's not like you win the Super Bowl by 30 points on a regular basis. You won the Super Bowl by 50 points. 404-741-1230. Rob, you're up first right here on the Morning Extra. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. This thing is crazy. My wife's urgent care had 2 people coming in that would uncontrollably crying yesterday. I got a buddy that's an ambulance driver. He ran 22 calls with people that wouldn't stop crying, and they had to take to the hospital or mental institution. And my son's construction site had a guy that was supposed to be in a different kind of truck that puts concrete in a certain place. It's a specialized truck, and he didn't show up yesterday. And they found him dead. He committed suicide over the election, so they're having to fly a driver in from Colorado this morning to bring that truck in to do the work at the job.
Rob, thank you for the call. And now, I have made this point. And, I do my best thinking when I'm in the restroom, and I was just over there. So, this is a very fresh take here.
Good. Hold on.
Many of these people are similar to, like, my wife, are similar to, like, our friends down the hall that vote Democrat. And you know what they do? They vote Democrat, they watch the polls come in, and then in their mind they go, all right, well, I got beat. I'm going to go to work tomorrow, and I'm going to do my thing. And that's a majority of these people. But that party has preyed on the fringes of fanaticism. And so when you have, and again, it's a tiny percentage, but when you're having to run ambulances to deal with people who either committed suicide or won't stop crying over an election, that's who they're catering to right now.
Yeah, and I feel bad for those people because the reality is the media has done this to them. The people that they put their trust in have lied to them about everything they've done, and they put everything they've had, all their emotion, behind a candidate that had no emotion whatsoever, had no issues whatsoever, and was promoting a fake joy and made them believe that this was going to be a landslide victory in the other way. I didn't see anybody, and I can't imagine that anybody would lose their mind in that way if it was reversed. And Donald Trump, if he were to lose,
I went to work the next day.
I'd go to work the next day and say, what do we need to do to restore sanity into this country? And that's what we did over 4 years. Now, do we believe there was cheating? Absolutely. I still believe 2020 was stolen. I really do.
Well, how do you have 15 million votes that disappear out of nowhere?
Yeah.
That's really strange.
But I didn't cry.
No, I just said it's time to go back to work.
Yeah,
and I have said this even leading up to this election. I said, if Donald Trump loses, the sun comes up the next day, and what did I say? We put our helmets on, and we go back to work. You have to figure out how to go back to work and get stronger. Now, here's one of the fun things from yesterday, and this was the instructive moment for one of our people on Twitter that they're out of their mind. They continue to, well, you MAGAs are crazy. You MAGAs this. You'll see what's happening. And I told this person very simply on Twitter, if you follow me at Front Office Los, you saw this. I said, here's where your mistake is made. MAGA isn't me, and it isn't big enough to win an election. You lost because what you believe in and support is out of step with the rest of the country. The R's haven't won the popular vote since 2004. That's not me. That's on you. Your party has gone so off into the crazy deep end that you had a majority of the country for the first time in 20 years say, I'm voting with the felon and the hillbilly.
Yeah. And the reality of it is this. They don't even understand why they're upset. They're making up these things that the press has told them that when you hear Sonny Hostin say that they're going to put people in internment camps, like what a ridiculous leap that they're making. This whole Project 2025 farce is just that, a farce. I have so many friends that I don't talk to anymore, and it's unfortunate. I'll always be there for them. I'll always be there. They know they can call me, but they want to say that, well, I voted to have him eliminate gay men and women.
And that's playing on the fringes. That's why they lose.
Crazy.
That's why they lose. That's why they're losing. They continue to play into this game where we're going to look at these groups that are loud on Twitter or TikTok or X, wherever.
Or overly emotional.
And then they think to themselves, this is the heart of our party. This is our coalition. And what it's doing is general working dude says, I'm not voting for that. I'm staying home. We saw this demographically across the board. Catholics, Jews, Hispanics, black men, across the board, all over the country. They all said, that doesn't represent me. I'm not going to play into that game.
Yeah, it is a weird and strange.
Married women.
All,
I'm like, I don't have time for that.
It's become so obscene and ridiculous what these people think. And you know what? I feel sorry for them that they are caught up in their head and they're a trap to their own mental instability, that they believe that Donald Trump is going to round up gay men or gay women or black men or black women, or that any rights have been taken away by voting in Donald Trump. I think it's the opposite, where you're actually bringing in all rights and allowing you to live a free and prosperous life. That's what this election was about. I want to say this. My mom, by the way, woke up this morning, says, this says it all, and sent me a train with a smoke plume, and it's the American flag, and it was a steamroll. Like, there's a lot of happiness on the other side. I think we fixed America by voting the way we did on Tuesday. I think that we saved this republic, and we saved it for everyone, including gay men, black women, Hispanic men, Asian men. Throw the whole... I know for Jewish men and women, we're very happy today that we don't have to worry about a party that calls us hate, but yet supports people and votes in people who want to have Jews march from the river to the sea. So as a Jew, I can understand, why a lot of Jews said, hey, enough with this. We are not supporting this anymore.
My initial thought when it came to the victory was, okay, this is totally great. Can't wait. Then it turned into the practicality of it. All right, what do you want to do first? And in my mind, I just kept thinking, I want to keep our money at home. I want to work on us. And by the way, I also want to leave my fellow Americans alone. That's always been my goal. Seize power so that the federal government does not use power regularly against you. That's what I want for everybody. If you decide within your state you want to live with certain rights and that's what y'all vote on, cool.
By all means.
I even thought to myself, even the idea of a national voter ID, mind you, the states where Kamala Harris won do not require photo ID. Isn't that a coinky-dink? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
I am still not saying, hey, we should take over how we run these things and make sure it's a federal ID in order to vote. No, the states decide how their voting laws are going to be. I am perhaps the most benevolent dictator.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to take anything from you or take any of what I believe and say, you need to believe it too. And that's the difference fundamentally in my side versus your side.
I pick neighborhoods in my state that I want to live in because it reflects what my values are. The reason I picked Towns County and Hiawassee was certain regulations, including no zoning, commercial zoning is available on my property. I can do whatever I want. Freedom to do whatever I want with the property that I purchased. I also wanted to live in a lifestyle where people were just like me. They like to farm. They like to grow. They like to work with animals. They like to own guns. They like to shoot guns on their own property. They like to light fires without the fire department telling me I can't light a fire and get rid of all my leaves. That's where I went. It's the same thing with states. If you don't like the fact that you live in a state that is saying we want to protect life and babies and we will not allow abortion except for these certain instances, then move to a neighborhood that you feel more comfortable in.
Or get involved and have your state change their laws. This is how it's supposed to work. This is the Petri dish. Now, what'll show you what their side still says, and this is why I say it is still a mistake. This is from The View. And The View is, they're picking up the body. They're looking at the body and they're going, how did this thing get killed so bad? How did this thing, we spent 4 years telling you these people are awesome and they got murdered. murdered at the polls. It wasn't a little bit. This was a monstrous beating. You got to go back to 1984 to find an electoral map where the Democrats got beat this badly in a presidential election. Take a listen to their remedy for that situation.
In Finland, kids in nursery school are learning to discern between fake news and real news. Yeah. They should be teaching that in this country. Yes. Teach children tolerance. Teach them to think critically.
Well, it would help if we could regulate social media, because one of the biggest offenders is D.C. and Congress have not been able to do one thing in regard to the rogue corporations of social media.
It's not going to get any better with Elon Musk now in the administration.
It was you were given too much truth. The number one news site in the world is X. That is the number one place people are going to for news and information. And they looked at it and said, they were given too much, and we got to throttle that back so we don't get beat in elections.
They want you to use critical thinking unless it's the truth, unless it's being looked at on a platform like X where you get community notes and say, Project 2025 is not the agenda of Donald Trump. So what The View actually wants is Donald Trump to take their message that they just said and say, well, you put Project 2025, Russian hoax, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, you're going to be removed from the air. Is that what? Because when I watch the media and I hear people like Joe Scarborough, Joy Behar, or those liars that continue to lie and fill us with misinformation, they want to be removed by the government.
When I first heard of Project 2025, it was hearing these people on their side sing this song about he wants to implement Project 2025. And it took all of about 90 seconds for me to just look it up on Twitter and to see, oh, okay, that was a paper done by the Heritage Foundation in their hopes of what would come from a Donald Trump election. Not anything that was placed forward by the Trump campaign or anything developed in that. It was a wish list, and that's what it is. But it has no official standing with the campaign, yet that's what they ran with and tried to associate it with him. Now, how did I know that? Because I spent 90 seconds on X finding that out. 90 seconds. That was it. That was all. But that 90 seconds is what Joy Behar doesn't want me to have the ability to do. Yeah. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, they want you. This is a brainwashing. They want you to all think the way they do. And they don't even realize they're acting like socialists. They're acting like communists. And they want to shut down any free thought in this country.
We'll also get into how the cases against Donald Trump have fallen apart all across the country 24 hours after his election. We'll jump into that in a little bit. But also, we had our friend of show, Angela Morabito. She joined us yesterday in the Celebration Fest. We're going to get to some of that audio because she was just outstanding, telling you from somebody who served in the Trump administration what's going to be coming again. No better person to hear from than somebody who's already worked for Donald Trump. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. We'll be right back.
Voters across the nation spoke out that it's time for a change.
Almost a landslide victory for Donald Trump.
The greatest thing that could happen to America.
Count on the conservative voice of Atlanta, Extra 1063, to bring you the latest updates, unrivaled national and local coverage of the transfer of power and everything that needs to happen next. Extra 1063 FM and the Extra app.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com. TC.com.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensate for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
We're all back to busy schedules this time of year, school, work, everything else that's coming up. Hey, the holidays are around the corner. Don't let car trouble add to the stress of your day. Before you start putting all of those miles on your car, CarShield, America's most trusted vehicle protection company, wants you to consider one of their plans. Now, they provide plans for owners of new cars, high mileage vehicles, or vehicles with expired manufacturing warranties. A broken AC unit can cost you up to $3,000. A broken water pump, $1,400. Are you prepared to pay out of pocket for repairs in this economy? CarShield doesn't just offer affordable repairs, they also provide jobs for 1,300 Americans. And they're here 24/7, keeping you safe on the road. Call CarShield today. Get your free quote and 20% off at 800-227-6100. As we head into the holiday season, save yourself from major repairs. Get a free quote and save 20% now at carshield.com/Beck. 800-227-6100. 800-227-6100. carshield.com/Beck. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, November 7th. 150 passengers and 6 crew members were on board a Delta flight traveling from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. when the flight was diverted to an airport in Raleigh, North Carolina after a strange odor was reported in the flight deck. The flight landed safely in Raleigh and the passengers were placed on a new flight. The cause of the mysterious odor is still under investigation. A man in Fayetteville shot at another driver he believed was following him. The injured driver, who had been shot, called police while seeking treatment for the gunshot wound. He told police that he was shot by an irrational driver. The shooter, 25-year-old Joshua Carbine, surrendered and was charged with aggravated assault, battery, and possession of a firearm during a crime. And in sports, Atlanta Hawk and number 1 pick, Zachary Riache, scored 3. Whoop. Sorry, I don't know what this says. Had 7 rebounds as the Hawks defeat the New York Knicks 121-116 last night. Scored 33 points. That's what I meant to say at State Farm Arena. Trae Young added 23 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds in the win. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 1063.
We have a strong, intelligent woman with us this morning, visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum, also spokesperson for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos and under Donald Trump. Angela Morabito joins us this morning. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Well, Los, it was Los, I'll tell you.
I tried last night. I was reaching out to everyone. Like, we have a sewing circle, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Like there's us, there's us unkept nasty boys in this show. And then we were reaching out, like we obviously we had Janelle and Kelvin yesterday, and then obviously had Kimmer and Bort. And then I started going, all right, who has helped build this thing over the last several years? And I was like, I gotta reach out to Angela.
Yeah.
Like, she's one of the people that we need to have on. So I'm sending her a message at 12:45 last night. hey, you going to come on? Not a response. You send her a text at 8 a.m. She's like, I'll be there.
Yes, well, it was just about the timing.
Bat signal.
It's just about the timing of the messaging, I'm pretty sure. But
Exactly.
so when you saw everything developing, at what point did you go, this is going to be a good evening?
It was the first time I saw the map of the Eastern time zone counties. It was the direction map of, are you more Republican or are you more Democrat? And that map is a red wave. That right there, to me, spells the end of the polling industry as we know it. I'm sure we'll always have polls like in the future, and we should, but not the ones we had this time that said super close race when it absolutely was not.
Let me ask you this, though, because we fall into the trap of looking at polls, listening to mainstream media, watching us. Oh, we're doing so great here, and we won. We're going to win Iowa, and we heard it all from Democrats. Did you fall into any of those, or back in the back of your mind, did you go, I have a feeling, and I know that this is going to turn out a lot different than the mainstream media is?
You bring up something so interesting here, which is if you watch the mainstream news, your perspective of this country is so different from if you just go outside and talk to people. If you are standing in the grocery store and you see people walking in wearing Trump shirts that you probably didn't see 4 years ago, you definitely didn't see 8 years ago. It was not that long ago that there was a huge social penalty to openly being a Trump supporter. When I worked in the administration, I had a coworker ask me once, well, okay, everybody, what's your Uber job? Because your Uber driver is going to ask you where you work. And if you say you work for Trump, in D.C., you are putting your personal safety on the line. The vibes now versus the energy then are so different. It is okay and celebrated to be a loud and proud Trump fan. Finally.
I think Kim Peterson, the Kimmer, really tapped into it last night, and I had to give him a lot of love for it. After the assassination attempt in Pennsylvania and the reaction to it, and then to go along with the McDonald's appearance and hey, I'm going to sit in a garbage truck and we'll joke around about my people being garbage. It really turned it into this counterculture reference to say, I'm with that guy. Like, he's the one, and that hasn't happened for the better part of. He's not new to this, Angela, yet it's taken till 2024 to be okay to say I voted for that guy.
I was so thrilled with the direction his campaign took actually after the assassination attempt, because I think the reaction that so many people would have after there's an attempt on your life and you're grazed by a bullet would be to lock down, incredibly serious, incredibly controlled. Instead, just like you mentioned, he's slinging French fries. He's showing up in a garbage truck. He is having the most fun on a campaign I think I've ever seen.
He's going to a roast and making fun of him. Well, as he says, I'm supposed to make fun of myself, but I'm not going to make that fun of myself. I mean, like, there was a lightheartedness to what he was doing.
Right. Yes, he's showing up on podcasts. He's talking about his family and his son Barron, and he's talking about things that matter to everyday people. When he sat down with Theo Vaughn and talked about addiction and how addiction has touched his family.
It was so impressive.
That was a watershed moment. And meanwhile, you've got Kamala who's talking about joy. And I think she thought it was like a Beetlejuice type situation where she just like said joy enough times, like joy would arrive. And the joy never did for her. The joy is on Trump's side. The joy is on believing in a better future for America. So I think maybe the pollsters are surprised, but they're probably the only people shocked by this.
Angela Morabito is our guest, a visiting fellow from the Independent Women's Forum. When I see what Kamala went to bat with, she rested everything on abortion.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only thing that she thought could, other than the name calling. You know, it's usually Trump that were getting in trouble for name calling, but that's what she did. That was the only thing she had, that and abortion. I sat down with my own wife and I said, is that the only thing that women care about? And she was like, of course not. Of course not. That's where Kamala fell so short. She acted like women only cared about one thing. And they do care about their children. They do care about their future. They do care about being able to afford things and to take their kids on vacation and to maybe send them to a better school or help them pay for college. And Kamala was so blinded to that. Why?
She was. I think she identified one thing that would try, or at least in theory, help her with young women. And she tried to build a campaign around that instead of realizing as a woman herself that women care about more than one thing. that women care about a lot of things. I saw a tweet that said, something to the effect of surprise, surprise, that women in America shop for groceries more often than they have abortions. It is just ridiculous that she, as a woman, would pretend that women are so narrowly focused on one thing and ignore the rest of reality.
What is the biggest surprise to you when it came to the women that were coming out? My biggest surprise, obviously, was District of Columbia with 0% reporting that it was already won by Harris. But the reality of what women did, and I think it started with Glenn Youngkin. I think it started in that state where parents stood up and G. Von Fleet, who's amazing, getting into Loudoun County and saying, hey, enough's enough. We want control of education. We want control of what our children are learning. Is that the biggest surprise, or do you think that was the momentum swinger for women?
I think it's an incredible amount of momentum behind that issue, because the bell rang in 2020 when moms and dads, but mostly moms demographically, saw what was going on in their kids' school, because all of a sudden school's happening at the kitchen table. The left would very much like to unring that bell and pretend like schools are great, just keep throwing us more money, everything's going to be fine and dandy. But they can't. No one really anymore is under the delusion that they can put their kid on a bus to any public school, pick a school, any school, and things will be great. People know that's just not true, and they're horrified by it, because we all know that America's kids deserve so much better.
Angela Morbido, she's a rock star. We had to get her on day after the election, joins us right here on the Morning Xtra. And I want to bring up two words, because I'm not sure which one that Kamala Harris messed up more with. There's the empathy factor where, as I'm a daughter, I'm a wife, I'm a spouse, I know how to share some of the issues that are going on in the economy and why this is problematic. But I think authenticity was also another issue, that she just could not show who she actually was. And if she did, she was afraid to have that reflect poorly on her. I think that when it came right down to it, it's like, which one was the bigger hindrance, empathy or authenticity?
Oh my gosh, am I taking a total cop-out if I say that they're one and the same and that people want authentic empathy? And
that's fine. You can ride the fence. It's only a radio show. We give opinions here. I think it's a factor. Both of them are.
So I think authenticity was her first problem. One of the MSNBC talking heads was saying, well, the problem with her campaign was she just didn't have long enough to introduce herself to America.
Heard Dana Bash say the same thing. And all I said was, if this campaign was 1 month alone, she probably would have been better off, because she would have rode the wave of all the 96% of positive stories.
Exactly. She had the entire mainstream leftist media on her side, and it was not enough. And the idea that she just needed more time, to me, is absurd, because the more people heard her talk, the less they liked her. When people knew the least about Kamala Harris was when she was performing the best poll-wise.
In the polling, yeah. That's exactly right.
She had no brand of her own, which is why she had to borrow it from a pop album. She was like, I'm Kamala Harris and it's Brat Summer. And we're all like, what does that mean?
I was like, who is this Brat Summer? How old am I right now?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I felt very old too, because I'm like, what even is Brat Summer?
Okay, the 22-year-old behind the glasses laughing his butt off. He's like, of course I know
Charlie XCX.
There you go.
The artist.
It was a killer album. It was an absolute banger album. No disrespect to Charlie XCX and her bops.
Yeah, no banger album. She's terrific.
Not a great campaign strategy.
No, it's not. Angela, I want to talk to you about the ads that I saw from Kamala Harris, going back to the way that she pigeonholed women. Yeah. The ads that stood out to me the most were the ones where it said, lie to your husband, go vote for who you want to vote for. As if men, I would never tell my wife who you need to vote for. We typically talk through these things, and look, there's going to be things that we agree with each other on and disagree with each other on. But there would never be a point where she would be like, I can't tell Doug who I'm voting for. Dude, that's the silliest ad campaign that I've
feed me for a week.
As if she doesn't, have a career and do things that benefit our family just as much as I do. Telling women to lie to their husbands was the dumbest campaign strategy that I've ever seen.
It is bizarro world, and that ad really made me think. Right? Of, is it the shy female Kamala voter, or is it the inverse? Is it the shy male Trump voter? So I put a poll up on my Twitter, and granted, there's selection bias. This is by no means scientific. But I said, okay, everybody, who do you think there are more of? Do you think there are more husbands hiding their Trump votes or wives hiding their Kamala votes? I thought this would be close. It was not. It was a 70-30 split.
Yeah.
Of there are more husbands who are afraid. I mean, there are videos coming out now of this woman in New York who's on her cell phone screaming.
Oh, she loses her mind at her boyfriend.
Because he dared to have a different opinion from her. I also think the left kind of told on themselves with that ad, right? Of like, if their image of women and their image of marriage is that two people aren't having open and honest conversations with each other, it's how do you think the everyday American functions?
Or I'll tell you this, like my wife and I both vote differently. There is no animosity about it.
Right.
So why do you have to hide it?
Yeah, I would be fine with it as well, and I have no problem with that. I mean, I think I'd have a conversation about it, but I think it is and I've talked to so many Democrat men who really for a long time would sit and vilify Trump and then started to really listen and look into and say, hey, don't tell my girlfriend. And I know Tug's a little bit different, but, I mean, he withholds the vacuum and says, Laura, you're not going to get that if you don't do my bidding, but that's okay.
Oh.
But the reality is...
You don't get to touch this piece of hardware.
I think it really does show how Republican men respect women more than the Democrats really do. I mean, they sit and they talk about being the party of women, but then they put them down, and then they look at the other side and just say, well, that 50%, they're really dumb. I think that was a huge, huge mistake, but at the same time, that's what you get when you get a Mark Cuban. That's what you get when you get mainstream media throwing out lies about the other party, no?
Right. I mean, I was living in D.C. during the last presidential election, and then prior to that in 2016, I vividly remember the Women's March. You could not get a brunch reservation anywhere. I was not marching, but I did want a brunch, and I was like, man, this place is mobbed. But anyhow, this is day one of the Trump administration, and you've got women in the streets all across the country because they feel oppressed. And my question was,
is this the vagina hat rally?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I knew.
Tough
days. It was like, why are you doing this? But you have all these women who decide overnight that they are now oppressed. Trump has done nothing. And by every metric, things got better for women during the Trump administration.
Better for everyone, I would even. I mean,
exactly.
That's the reason the working folks came out. That's the reason the minority vote went the way that it did so strongly is because people lived. It's simple economics.
Well, do you expect that today, too, though? I mean, I expect liberal women to be out on the streets crying, saying that their rights are all going to be taken away, and just kind of, they've fallen into this, that they have a right to kill a baby or an abortion. They have a right to certain things that they actually don't. Do you think that we'll see that again today? Or at least, maybe during inauguration time?
So there will be a meltdown. I don't anticipate that it will be on the level of 2016 because I do think that most women and just most Americans are generally sane and reasonable people. I hope. I'm like, please, America, don't prove me wrong. But look, in 2016, everybody had been told he is this unknown, that he's a fascist, he's this, he's that. Well, there are a lot of people who were told that and probably bought into that lie, who then lived through 4 years of a Trump administration and went, hey, this isn't so bad. So
it's not any of those things.
Right. It's pretty darn great. So I would hope that people saw the light and that there at least won't be as many people who have been brainwashed into a meltdown over absolutely nothing. Like, imagine going out and, rioting in the street because your life's about to get better. Couldn't be me.
Angela Morbido is our guest right here on the Morning Extra, and I want to ask you, 30,000-foot view, big picture of this thing. I think the issue that the left currently has, the Democrats as a whole, is that they've created caricatures of different people. They're not seeing people for who they are. And I think what this Trump campaign did, especially over the last several weeks, is to see individuals, whether you're the fry cook or you're the garbage man or whoever you are, and just say, hey, you're just people. It's here. It's what it is. I wonder if the left can move back to that center where they used to be that party for people that saw people as people rather than caricatures.
Well, the GOP is now the party of the working class. The GOP is, once again, the big tent party. They have grown this coalition exponentially. And I think you raised such a good point that if you're a Democrat this morning and you're not asking yourself that question of how do we get back there, you are just digging that party's grave even deeper.
If you're busy saying, I can't believe the Hispanics and the black males turn to get, it's like, stop talking about, do not put a qualifier.
Right.
Men. Men was your problem. It wasn't Hispanic men, wasn't black. Men.
Yep, especially young men went plus 27 for Trump. Young women went plus 2 for Kamala.
Wow.
So that gender divide in Generation Z is just growing deeper and deeper and deeper.
But are you surprised by how few women showed up when that was all Kamala was talking to?
I am and I'm not. I think that a few years ago, everybody was talking about the female vote as it pertained to age. And if you were a young woman, you tended to vote left. As you got older, you tended to vote right. And then there was someone whose name escapes me, which I regret terribly because this is a very smart person who deserves credit.
It was me.
It was all
I'm sorry. I take credit for all these. Sorry.
You know what? How could I forget? This was absolutely you. This was Lois,
We'll see.
who figured out that it wasn't an age gap, it was a marriage gap. And when women get married and start to have families of their own.
68% of married women vote Republican.
Yep. And I am one of them. Now, I'm an outlier here because even when I wasn't married, I was always voting Republican all the way through. But you see how people's priorities change and their concerns change and the way they look at the world changes. That's something that Democrats cannot overcome.
Yeah.
You cannot convince someone that something that's wrong for their family is actually good for their family. People are way smarter than that.
When we look at these numbers, that 30% agree, 30% on the Democrat side, you look and go, okay, that's the squad, that's the progressives. And I feel like the Democrat Party was held hostage by progressives. Do you think they will start to push them aside? I mean, AOC won convincingly in New York. Don't know how after she got rid of all the jobs there, but you're seeing a lot of these. Jasmine Crockett's another one who won in Texas. I was surprised, maybe not surprised that she won there, but do you think they'll start pushing them to the side a little bit?
I think they should. I don't think they can because the most radical part of the Democratic Party is the loudest.
Yeah.
That's how you get transgender issues on the front page when that affects such a tiny, tiny percentage of the population. And all of a sudden, well, if you don't want a 6'6" man on your daughter's sports team, well, that's on you and you're a bigot. You use the perfect word. They've been held hostage. I think they will continue to be held hostage. Now, yes, are there people who are radical on the right and people who take things to a harmful extreme? Yes. But those people are not people you hear from. Those are not people who are going to Congress. Every political side in every country on earth has a fringe. The Republicans have figured out that sane people are in charge.
Yeah.
The left hasn't.
Speaking of radical, Rhino and I, we've already gotten out our folders from the great designer to implement Project 2025. I'm just going to say, like, this, we're now that we're past this, we can begin doing what we've been assigned to do.
Yeah.
I'm the great designer.
I created a list for all the Democrats that come and yell at me about Project 2025, and I've put them on this list on Twitter so they know that they're being reported.
I just got used to it. Like, Project 2025. I'm like, fine, yes, you're right. I'm trying to implement this Heritage Foundation, whatever.
When we come back, I want to talk to you about what you expect out of the Department of Education. Like, where does that go from here? What does Donald Trump have to do to correct it? You were there to see it up close and personal when you worked in the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos. So that'll be the topic next after headlines, which is coming up on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Angela Morabito is our guest, visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum.
President Donald Trump is once again set to take office.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
And Extra 106.3 is here to keep Atlanta informed and connected as things change in D.C. Proud to march on is the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Hi, this is Bruce Hagen. And this is Matt Hagen. Hey, look. Accidents happen, and that's when Hagen happens. And now, Hagen happens twice, because there's two of us.
We're here for you on what is probably your worst day, so that all the days ahead can be comfortable and taken care of properly.
We treat your personal injury case personally. You're not just a number to us. You're a human being, and we're going to treat you with the respect that you deserve.
Let us here at Hagen Law be your advocates. You can find everything you need to know at hagen-law.com.
hagen-law.com.
Hey Roswell, looking for the perfect bite this football season? Head on over to Nucky's Hoagie's Roswell Corners, where every sandwich is crafted with love by us.
The Sub Sisters,
Stacy
and Shannon. Whether you're looking to cater a football tailgate party or grabbing lunch to go or dining in, we've got delicious Nucky's menu items for you. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever with the freshest ingredients that'll make your taste buds dance.
Make Nucky's Hoagies and Roswell Corners on Woodstock Road your new favorite sandwich spot.
There are crazies on the road. Who knows where they're all going, but if one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant. He is the lawyer that used to work for the insurance company. The team at Van Sant Law knows who to call, what to say, and will make sure you get what you deserve and what the insurance company doesn't want to pay for. They have your best interest at heart and will take care of everything. If you don't get paid, they don't get paid. My advice, save Van Sant Law in your phone. Today, 855-GA-INJURY, vansantlaw.com.
Modular and offsite construction is booming. If you're an architect, building engineer, supplier, developer, or contractor, you can't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on November 20th. With the rising cost of traditional building, modular and offsite construction is changing the way companies build. It's quicker, cheaper, and offers a faster ROI. So don't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to Atlanta on November 20th. Register today at offsiteconstructionnetwork.com. That's offsiteconstructionnetwork.com.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Mad Men. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Mad Men every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
The Morning Xtra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. We're on the air until 10. 404-741-1230 is the number. Our guest is Angela Morabito. She was the spokeswoman for the Department of Education under Betsy DeVos in the Trump administration, now a visiting fellow at the Independent Women's Forum. Let's start with education because that's your background. And Donald Trump, he's got to do something to fix education in this country. Is it slashing the Department of Education altogether? What do you see as the path forward for education in America?
You said it. Slashing the department is a great place to start. And I say that and people are like, oh, but you worked there. And I'm saying yes. And I see that it's an $80+ billion a year money sink. And if you cut that very expensive department, you could instead block grant that money to the states. Now, the department does some really smart things, right? There's an Office for Civil Rights protecting civil rights in education. Things like, wink, wink, the right not to have a man on your daughter's sports team. Hello. That's super important. I think that probably belongs with DOJ.
Yeah.
Student loans, maybe we should get the government out of that business too. But realistically, why not have the bankers, right? Send that to Treasury. There are a lot of different ways to skin this cat that don't involve continuing to spend $80 billion a year on a Department of Education that's educated zero people.
Do you think Randy Weingarten is screaming today? I mean, I saw her screaming everywhere else. Do you think she's just losing her mind today with the idea that he is going to make changes? Look, I'm all for getting rid of it. I put out there facts that before we had this, we were number 1 in the world. Now we're 24. There is work to do to bring education back and common sense education, those STEM programs.
Yes.
But do you think they are going to fight this every single way? Or do you think he'll actually be able to make some really important changes and get rid of a lot of that?
I think he will be able to make some very important changes. And to answer your first question, I think Randy is absolutely screaming right now because this election was a fight for her survival, right? Yeah. Like you saw the teacher unions were some of Kamala's first big endorsers. There's a symbiotic relationship here where Kamala needed the unions, she needed their money, and she needed their votes, although we all know that did not propel her to the White House, thankfully. Well, the unions need allies in government because they can't defend their product. And as soon as parents have a way out, they're going to take that way out in droves. That's school choice. That's education freedom. If the unions don't have a monopoly, their business collapses, and they are on the precipice of that. Thankfully for America's students and families, because Trump has said education freedom is the civil rights issue of our time.
Angela Morabito is our guest on the Morning Extra, and I'm not into union busting on a regular basis. I'm kind of like, you're doing your thing, and that's fine, and hopefully it doesn't affect me. But there is a part of me whenever I see fake John Denver, and I see her, and she's yelling at me about what they need, and I just think to myself, man, I hope to bust this thing up. And the fact that my kids are in public school, I feel like largely that is not being, that she's not getting a chance to really touch them in this way. But at the same point, I go, how many of these parents have to look at her and just say, enough's enough? Like, we got to remake this. We got to redo this.
She has yet to give a press conference, at least that I've ever seen, where she's not jumping and screaming.
And yelling all the time.
Yeah.
It's a little weird, right? If you want to have a serious conversation about helping America's schools, you don't scream at people. That's not cool. And that's
Barack
just
Obama
surface
found
level,
that
right?
out recently.
Yes, he did.
Scolding people was not a great idea, was it?
You cannot
Surprise,
shame
surprise.
people into loving your candidate or loving your policies. So Randy and other teacher union bosses have a big problem on their hands. We see this in Chicago, where what's going on up there is a soap opera. I honestly think if you wrote down what was going on in Chicago public schools and pitched it to a network, they would say, what in the Hallmark movie is this? This is completely unrealistic. Because they tried to orchestrate a complete takeover of the schools. Well, the city had its first school board elections last night, and it was a pretty stunning rebuke of what the mayor is trying to do, which is give the union everything at once.
Goodness. What about textbooks? Because this is a discussion we've had on this show a long time. Because when you do go to school and the textbooks are feeding you nonsense that comes from maybe Wikipedia, that the information is just so flawed and not real, I think parents are really scared of that, because even homeschooling, they've got to weed through those textbooks that don't have valuable information, don't have correct information. And this is, the left controls all of that. They worry about misinformation, and then the entire time they print it.
Hey, old man, there are no textbooks anymore.
Okay, all right, yes.
What year are you in?
Yeah, exactly. Now I feel really old.
Which I think is even scarier, that
kidding.
everything's done online now.
But it's because it could be so manipulated in an instant.
Yes. So there are textbooks. There's at least content that should be read. My concern cuts even deeper than the bad textbooks. It's, can these kids read at all? Because we are printing thousands upon thousands of diplomas every year for high school seniors who cannot read, write, and do math. They're functionally illiterate. It is going to haunt them for the rest of their lives. And we just accept it. It's okay. You got out of high school. You got that stamp of approval from your county, from your district that says you can do it, even though we all know it's a lie. So
it's the trophy for everyone.
Right. They're participation trophies. You're exactly right. So reading is a piece of the puzzle. It's the biggest piece of the puzzle, but so is critical thinking. So I would say that if your child's textbook, one, read what's in it. And two, there should be more than one textbook for every class, right? Like if you're a really great teacher, you're exposing those kids to different viewpoints all the time. And I think any parent can do that, is say, hey, maybe check this out, maybe read this article. Kids are hungry for this information. That's the whole secret to the Montessori method, is that kids naturally want to learn.
Yeah. I think, and you know what? It's not about the different color kids or sex or anything else. And that's what Democrats are going to come with. They're going to come with, well, if you give school choice, then our schools will fail. Your schools have been failing.
Yes.
Especially here in the Atlanta public school system, where they actually changed grades in order to get them to. How do we combat that lie that these kids are going to fall behind, that they won't have the same curriculum or the same people teaching, and that school choice would destroy those schools?
I think this is the very hardest problem to solve in education today, is the issue of standards. Our standards are on the decline. Georgia no longer has a state high school graduation test. I took it back in the day. I will not tell you how long ago, but I had to take it. And one
it was like
of
2 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years.
Totally.
Sir.
Thank you. That tells me the skincare routine is working. You guys can't tell how old I am. But when I had to take the test, one of the questions on it was, what shape is a basketball? And if you knew it was a sphere, for real. For real. Well, circle was an option. Circle was your trick answer, right?
As I drool on my paper, circle.
The standards are so low, and every politician wants to be able to say our graduation rates are high, GPAs are rising. Okay, well, what does that mean? So that's why it's the hardest problem, because nobody wants their graduation rate to go down.
Right.
But it needs to. Honestly, it should.
It does. You have to fail. Sometimes you have to fail to succeed. And, I know there's no way anyone can sit and tell me that in these cities, in these schools, that these black kids can't learn, or they're not able to learn in the same manner. And why do they continue to divide that and say they need to learn differently? Nobody needs. Why are you grouping that? Why are we not just teaching those STEM things instead of the divisive things?
Well, in large part, it's because of the teacher unions and their political allies. They have a vested interest in not whether kids can read, write, and do math, but in what those kids grow up to believe. So they say critical thinking kicks in around 12, 13 generally. That's like sort of the scientific
That was when I started
consensus.
rejecting my dad in WWF. That sounds about right. He's like, Dad, this is fake, man.
Whoa. That's fake.
It's funny you mention that. Well, let me ask you this, because I have a friend of ours, a good friend of our family, just got elected to office as a school board in Forsyth County.
Amazing.
And we always talk about getting involved in your school board. Is that the first line of defense at this point? Because I know we talk about, well, we got to pay attention to what's going on in our schools. We got to pay attention to these teachers. We got to pay attention to these unions. To me, the first line of defense is let me get my school board straight and then kind of go from there.
So I would say that school board is part 1B of getting involved. Part 1A is knowing your stuff, because every school board member is inundated now. And hey, thankfully, this is a great thing that parents are waking up. But sometimes people are coming to them with concerns that either don't belong at the school board level or aren't related to student success. So awareness is 1A, school board is 1B. But what you've touched on is that school boards matter. Was anyone talking about a school board election 8 years ago?
No.
Because I don't think they were.
This is something we've come around to when we talk about not just your school board, but hey, your sheriff's office. Like these things are things you should pay attention to locally, because they will affect you much more than anything when it comes to the presidency of the United States.
Yes, and that should become more true with Trump in office, because his whole idea for education is restore power back to families, back to the local level, back to the people who are closest to the work. So not only has your school board been more important, but they're about to get even more important when Trump does what he says he will do with the Department of Ed and Education more broadly.
And you feel, kind of as we wrap up, and you feel good about that. You think it's going to happen. He's going to do the things that need to be done, the changes that need to be made.
I feel great about it. I was there for round one. I'm excited for round two.
There we go.
All right. Do you think The View is going to be the most watched TV show today?
I
can't wait, right?
Exactly.
Like, I'm going to go home. I'm going to get some Bluebell.
Yeah.
A thing of tissues. I'm just going to sit there and eat and cry.
Well, I'm going to cry.
You mean laugh until you cry.
No. I'm going to put I'm putting myself in the position of my mother.
Yeah. This is Whoopi's last show. She is moving.
That's what she said.
She's leaving this
right.
country.
Yeah.
So I am going to be there with my tissues as well.
A lot
Goodbye,
of flights
Whoopi.
today coming
She's
out of
a
the
nice
United
Jewish
States.
woman. Whoopi Goldberg.
You know, a lot of folks are going to be headed out. They're not coming back, they say.
Canada hardest hit.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Hey, can I say this, Rob Reiner? Please don't light yourself
No,
on fire.
that's
That's
too
a little
much.
too
It's
extreme.
too
You're more
much.
than welcome to move, but
Yeah.
please don't light
You have
yourself
a lot
on
to
fire.
live for.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Angela, thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
We appreciate what you do. We appreciate your point of view, and you're always welcome. Please come back soon.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And gloat. This is fun today.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. And final thought. We're always so impressed by your Twitter game.
Oh, thank you.
The fact that you're so kind as a person, but you're not afraid to.
You're like you're a Ginsu knife, okay? It's like you don't see it coming, and suddenly, ha! It's like exact
Lay the
precision.
hit.
She cut him in half.
That's exactly.
I will be riding high on that compliment for 5 to 7 business days. Thank you so much.
I love it.
All right, when we get back, Donald Trump has been invited to this place by 2 of his new allies, or apparent allies. We'll talk about that as we get the 7 o'clock hour going right here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
You don't accidentally misplace money for Ukraine. You don't accidentally release billions to Iran right before they start funding wars. Trump is fighting against the people who have the ability to manipulate everything we see and hear. If you're still supporting Trump amidst one of the greatest indoctrinations in history, congratulations, you're smarter than they expected.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
No one plans on going to jail, but at A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. That's the driving force behind everything we do. If you or a loved one has been arrested across town or across the country, you need help now. A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast with bondsmen throughout Atlanta to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
This is Atlanta's new home for Fox News, Extra 106.3 FM.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
The urban culture of violence, and nobody talks about it. Civil rights leaders, no. Law enforcement, no. Politicians, no. The number one cause of death among young male blacks is young male blacks.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
He called the president he replaced, the same one who's going to replace him. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Biden will address the nation from the White House later this morning after calling to congratulate the election winner.
President-elect Trump was also invited to meet with the commander-in-chief at the White House. According to the White House, the president expressed his, quote, commitment to ensuring a smooth transition and emphasized the importance of working to bring the country together.
That's Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Vice President Harris also called to congratulate President-elect Trump and addressed her supporters at Howard University.
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
And barely 24 hours after his speech declaring victory, Fox's Brooke Singman reports.
President-elect Donald Trump is already in the process of meeting with his transition team and strategizing about how he will fill his next administration. So here's a look at some of the names being floated for top cabinet positions. Ben Carson could be back for another term as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Betsy DeVos could also be a repeat for Education Secretary. And Mike Pompeo could come back as Defense Secretary.
Now, the current Defense Secretary has been overruled by a judge who, in a ruling last night, brought back plea deals for 9/11 terror suspects at Guantanamo.
There was an uproar from lawmakers when it was announced that alleged 9/11 mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and two co-defendants were able to get plea deals. Government prosecutors negotiated the deals to keep him and the others from being put to death. But when word got out, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordered those deals to be thrown out.
That's Fox's Jill Nato again. A judge overruled Austin. A wildfire raging out of control north of Los Angeles has forced about 10,000 people to flee their homes. Dozens feared to have burned down.
At this point, we do not have that accurate number, and we have not put our damage inspection teams into the field due to the unsafe conditions.
Ventura spokesman Andrew Dowd. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, if you're in the market for a rifle, a shotgun, or a revolver, you definitely want to go with the best in the business. And as far as I'm concerned, that's only one place, Henry Repeating Arms. You're going to be amazed by the quality craftsmanship, the buttery smooth action. It makes them a pleasure to shoot. Every one of my Henrys accurate right out of the box. They've all been reliable ever since. Now, the best way to learn about Henry's 200 models, just go to their website. It's one word, henryusa.com. You'll get a free catalog. They'll send you free decals, a list of dealers where you are, and they have a great newsletter as well. And they showcase their made-in-America firearms. Henrys are backed by a lifetime warranty, 100% satisfaction. Made in America, not made at all. That simple. And if you have questions, you can call their award-winning customer service department. Speak with an expert that will help you. Make sure you go to henryusa.com, get your free catalog, free decals, a list of dealers where you are, henryusa.com, a great American company.
Tug Coward, Scott Rhino, and Carlos Medina get your day started with Atlanta's only live and local conservative talk on the Morning Extra.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra right here on Extra 1063. It's Los, it's Rhino, no Tug. He had a vacation planned for South Carolina. His son is going to be taking on a number of different teams. They're going to play as college baseball is really starting to crank up a little bit. You know, really, the season doesn't get going until January, but they have a handful of scrimmages and stuff, and so he's going to make the trip over there to watch that with his lovely wife. And let's face it, we all celebrate in our own way. Rhino, what has your celebration been the last 48 hours?
Sleep. Tons of sleep. I laid on the couch and slept.
Okay, how long were you yesterday after the show? Because I was 3 hours.
Oh, I was probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I probably fell asleep. Yeah, I went to the couch, and my beautiful girlfriend Erin was laying on the couch, and she had thrown on The Big Bang, which I've already seen like 4 times, all of them. So I just laid there with the dogs, and I laid on one of the dogs, and he was just breathing perfectly. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to fall asleep with this one.
Like a human dog pillow.
It was great.
Oh, I'm just going to sleep on the dog, or he'll sleep on me. Either
Big
way.
old fluffy DOG.
I did the 3 hours, and then even last night, I think by 9:45, I was done. So today is going to be much more of the day of consume a lot of crazy, fun, liberal media. Speaking of a little bit of fun, so Donald Trump is getting a chance to go back to the White House that he vacated for Joe Biden, and Joe Biden will now vacate for him. But at least we now have conversations going on between the two of them.
I really have a feeling that Joe Biden and Donald Trump might become friends. I don't know what it is. Yeah. I don't think they're having Donald Trump and Kamala there together. I think it's a one-on-one with Joe Biden, and this is part of the transition. It happens every single presidency when we switch over. But I have a feeling that Joe Biden, as much as he sat out there and said the things he did about Donald Trump, I don't ever believe he believed them. I think it was part of their political game, and I think Donald Trump knows that, and I think Joe Biden knows that. I could imagine them having a nice meal and a beer.
I kind of think of it in these terms.
Donald doesn't drink, but...
Let's say you're in a situation, Joe, that you get married to a nice young lady, and I like making these things simple for people to kind of follow with this. So Joe ends up marrying a nice young lady, and it turns out she's cheating on him with another man, and she's also trying to kill Joe. She's trying to poison Joe on a regular basis. Joe finds this out. But turns out the man she's also been having an affair with, she's trying to poison and kill him too. So by the time you both figure this thing out, you probably kind of buddy up together. Like, I know we both... Yeah, but she tried to kill you. Yeah, she tried to kill me too.
It's like a stepbrother situation.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden was running the Democrat Party, and by July, now all of his enemies, all of his friends were enemies, and they're all trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Politically. That's why I think he's gravitating back towards, well, you didn't try any of that stuff, Donald, so I'm kind of along the lines with you.
I believe that somewhere inside Joe Biden, we have to remember this man is obviously suffering from some kind of... We don't know if it's dementia. We don't know if it's sundowners. We don't know if it's Alzheimer's.
Well, by their own words, he's cognizant from 10 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 a.m. to 4. So you know there's something there.
So we know there's something there. We know that he understands enough. But I think he does get, my grandfather went through this. He knew enough to get through life, and he knew some of the truths, and he knew that some of the things that he was saying might not be true, but they seem true to him. And I think that's what Joe Biden is going through. I think somewhere back in the back of his mind, he knows what the Democrats, Kamala Harris, and the powers to be did to him, and that they were actually the threat to democracy, taking away those 14 million votes. I think Joe Biden sits there with Donald Trump and said, I think I could have beat you, bud. And they laugh about it and have a good time. And Donald will be like, you couldn't even get through a debate, Joe. I love you. But I don't think Kamala Harris has the same relationship with Joe Biden as Donald Trump will.
Now, I'm right there with you. And to see how it all adds up, as much as we all said, wow, Joe looks really old and really feeble when he threw on the Trump hat at the appearance in support of Kamala Harris. All right, maybe it wasn't that old and feeble.
No.
All right?
Yeah.
When Jill Biden, and I know our friend Joey Jones from Fox News didn't really want to dive into the conspiracy pool with us, but when you dress up in all red like Jill Biden did to go vote, and she's smiling ear to ear, according to Jack Posobiec, after the election was over with, all right, I think we kind of knew what they were doing. it is not above Joe Biden to sink his party when the party has left him. That has been who he's been his entire career. You turn on Joe Biden, he turns on you. In this case, I think he turned on his entirety of his party and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I really do. I think the same thing. I think what you saw to Joe was deep down inside again. I think part of that was Jill, too. I think Jill said, hey, we got played. We got really badly played by Barack Obama, by Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and all these people who are running this government in a shadow operation. They are obsessed with power instead of what, you need to be doing, which is taking time, relaxing, enjoying your life, but at the same time, maybe they truly believe, and Joe Biden, I think, truly believes what he's doing is right for this country. So I think that he realizes he's been played. So I think this was a underhanded way, and I think he got help from not only Jill, but other people who are friends with the Biden family or allies of Biden.
All right, sci-fi nerds.
Yeah.
Huddle up, all right? I want to ask a question. Does Joe Biden, given what he has done and his wife has done, remember, by July when they're kicking him out, and he pretty much said, Kamala's the one to run all this, knowing that she could not run all this and that she's not likable and that she will lose. And not only lose, but lose the worst that they've been beat in a presidential election since 1984. Does he now get to be heavenly? Does he have the Darth Vader treatment now that he's come back to the right side? To the right side. Think about it. He, as the leader who is causing all these problems, by the time that the party turned on him because he could not win in their opinion and he would hurt them down ballot, he turned into, well, then I'm going to side with this guy. Now, that's team good guy to me.
Yeah.
We'll see. But that's it. He went to team good.
Joe Biden is Anakin Skywalker?
Yes. He suddenly gets to have, what is this, eternal life, eternal brightness because he came over to...
He's my dad.
Right. Think about this.
The Ewoks sent him off in a beautiful way.
Joe Biden's last move as a politician. Now, we'll see. He's got a little bit left. We'll see what happens here. But his last moves as a politician was to help Donald Trump beat his party.
Yeah. Yeah, look, and I think there was a lot to it. I think, obviously, there were so many people in this country that were sick and tired of the lies of the Democrats and the real capture of the Democrat Party by the progressives. But I truly believe that Joe Biden was hurt. He felt slighted, and I think he really did kind of throw things out there. I think the garbage comment was kind of a plan. I mean, look at the timing of it. Look when it happened. And right when she's speaking and trying to recapture people's joy in front of the ellipse, trying to really send this dark message and fear to voters to not vote for somebody that they vilified and made up stories about for so long. And he comes out and goes, yeah, you're all garbage.
They're right. They're garbage. What? Hold on. Remember, this is a man who did not have a press conference for the better part of 2.5 years and then made it a point to have impromptu press conferences whenever Kamala Harris was having her big events featuring different celebrities. Hey, we're going to do this event, and it's going to have so-and-so, and they're going to come play. And he's like, I'm going to get in front of the media in the next 30 minutes.
And not only did
and they cut away to go to him,
and they cut away and they ran it everywhere, and they knew that everybody else would pick it up. They knew Fox News and all the conservatives would pick it up, and then they knew they had to cover it. But I think also when you hear that Kamala Harris's campaign says we can't talk to Joe Biden's campaign, when you hear Kamala Harris and other campaign members say, Joe, we don't want you on the trail with us, they know he is upset with everything that went on.
It's going to, that's transition that we're going to see. When you have the traditional, you write a letter to the person who's coming in to fill the position and you leave that letter for them and it never becomes public. But what does become public is when you see them meet and have their, in small press conference, as the transition goes on. I think I'm going to be fascinatingly staring at my TV, just waiting to see, how do these two guys that are essentially ships passing in the night?
Yeah.
I beat you, then you kind of beat me. You beat my party. I wasn't really running against you. How do you kind of address that? Do you say hey, good to have you again, President Trump. By the way, you didn't beat me.
Right. Yeah, you couldn't beat me. I would have beat you. Because you can't prove it wrong.
Yeah, maybe it's fun. Maybe it's light.
It is fun and it's light. And, it kind of reminds me of, any sport really, but hockey more than anything else, only because I played it for so long, where as a Ranger fan, our biggest nemesis are the New York Islanders. And you bring in guys, and there was a fighter named Ty Domi, and he was a great fighter.
I remember Ty Domi.
He would fight with some of the
bruiser,
guys.
yeah.
He'd fight with some of the big guys over on the Islanders, and then after the game, you'd be able to go outside and get autographs, and you'd be like, why is Ty Domi talking to the guy he just beat up? Why are they laughing? Why are they about to go out and have a beer? They're supposed to hate each other, and it's just business. And that kind of reminds me of what's happening with Trump and Biden.
It's pretty interesting that you put it in that way, because you're right. Man, he was just fighting him on the ice. Yeah, well, that's what these guys do professionally. Typically, the fighters will point out the other fighter. That's how it's done in the NHL. Let's talk about this, because I didn't expect it to happen this fast. I said it'd be 24, 36, 48 hours after the election where you would see the true nature of the Democrats turning on the Hispanic population and the black population, in part because the men did not vote for them. Now, I didn't expect it 8 hours after the election was over with, that by 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, Joe Scarborough is going after these people with the long knives. I want you to take a listen to who they blamed for the loss in the election.
I just say, Rev, really quickly, too. Democrats need to be mature, and they need to be honest. And they need to say, yes, there is misogyny. But it's not just misogyny from white men. Mm-hmm. It's misogyny from Hispanic men. Right. It's misogyny from black men, things we've all been talking about, who do not want a woman leading them. Might be race issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman as president of the United States. You know, the Democratic Party, I've always found, when you're sitting around talking, they love to just sort of balkanize everybody into these separate groups and say, oh, white people don't like women and black people. No, it is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and with other Hispanics. You've got some that don't like each other. And some of the most misogynist things I've heard going on this Get Out the Vote tour came from black men. I mean, misogynist things. So you're absolutely right. It's not simplistic. And we've got to have real honest conversations about it.
Real honest conversation.
Well, let's have a real honest conversation. I said for months that as soon as she loses, they would point to misogyny and they would call it racism. Yep. And they went to that within 8 hours and turned it on the people they consider part of their voting blocks, who it's interesting that they never, ever considered maybe she's just not a good candidate.
Yeah, that is the reality of it, isn't it?
For me.
And I'll just tell you in my own, in my own life, in my own way of what I think and when I'm voting. If you don't know and you're listening to this station, you're new to this station, first of all, welcome to Trump 1063.
Welcome. We've changed our name.
But welcome to an open conversation, because if you're a Democrat, we welcome you. Liberal John, he's able to come on.
We have plenty of liberal people that check out the show on a regular basis that are part of our YouTube channel and call in.
And I'm Jewish. And if you didn't know that, well, welcome to that story as well. And as a Jew, one of the things that I realized throughout this entire campaign from Kamala Harris is these are the same people who endorse people who are elected officials that sat on the floor of our House, that sat on the floor of our Senate and called for the genocided Jews by saying, let's march them to the sea. When they call us Nazis, the thing I see is, wait a minute, you're the one saying, hey, Jews, we want to get rid of you. Not only that, you also have people in the gay community, and I have a lot of friends that are gay, and I love those people, and they brainwash people who are gay to support a terror group that would kill them, and then put it out there that Donald Trump is the bad person.
All right, so steer this back to blacks and Latinos.
And the
tell me how this
same
makes
thing
sense.
happens to the black and Latino. They sat and told you, Governor Hochul told you computers are way out of the range of black knowledge. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Janet
she said they
Yellen,
don't know how to use them.
Yeah, Janet Yellen said things about, and we don't need to get into everything. You can look them up. They have sat and done this to the black community. The Hispanic community, they said, you're not good enough to take care of. You're going to have to go through 7 years to become a legal citizen, but we're going to take these people who are coming here illegally with bad records, and we're going to infiltrate your neighborhoods, not help you, and bring these people in to replace the votes that we're going to lose. So I feel like a lot of Hispanics who are living here, blacks who are living here, stop believing the message of, we're going to help you when you've been replaced by people coming across this border. I think that was a big issue to them.
They will never consider, this being their side of the news media, the liberal talk show host, they will never consider that marching out Barack Obama on stage to tell men across this country, she looks like you, so you should vote for her. And that was the basis.
Right. And that's
she had your experience, so you should vote for her. Wait a minute. You're pretty much taking away my ability to say, hold on, I want to make this decision based on issues that will be best for me and my family. No, you don't understand. She's like you, so you have to vote for her. That was the moment, I think, that never really helped them.
And a lot of the guys and women that I've talked to at some of these rallies that happen to be black, one of the things that really resonated was they throw out these panders. One of the panders was that, vote for me, black men, you need to, because I'll legalize marijuana.
I didn't think that helped her one bit.
Not one. It was very insulting. Like, that's not the issue. The issue for me is stop pretending I don't care about my kids in school, too. I do. I do. We're very conservative. We're religious. We don't believe in men dressing as women coming in and telling our kids that because they painted their nails as well, that they're women either. Stop pretending that black men do not have a role in their children's lives. Stop pretending that black men and women and families need your help. We can do it on our own. We are not dumb. So I think a lot of that was just empty pandering, and then, just, we're going to legalize marijuana for you? That's just so disgusting.
It's just so easy to go to racism and misogyny without saying maybe we ran a bad campaign with a bad candidate. Let's go back on out to the phones. 404-741-1230. You're welcome to join the show at any time. Melina, you're up next right here on the Morning Extra.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So you're talking about how his final act was that he voted Republican. I don't think so. I think his final act, and it'll be the ultimate betrayal, is he will pardon Trump.
This being Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Melina. That's
brilliant. I mean, I think so.
Curious. Well,
I'd love to see it.
Well, now we do have the issue of you have so much of this prosecution that is fading away because you can't prosecute against a sitting president. So that's happening. But if he was to, on his way out, say, and by the way, those 34 counts that we hit you with in New York and that my third in command here went down there to make sure we got you on, I'm going to make that go away. Yeah. Maybe that might be the olive branch. But who knows? Again, we're talking about two guys that can really hold a grudge.
They can really hold a grudge. And at the same time, I think that Joe Biden, and I love what she just said there, Melina. I love what Melina said, because now take that a little deeper. Maybe during this meeting, Joe Biden says, you got Hunter? Yeah, I got you.
That's my idea. And I know we're fire and brimstone, and I know we can't wait to go after everybody. And I know we can't wait to say, hey, you're not going to like this. I'm going to make your life better, and then you're going to complain about it, and I'm still going to make your life better. But there's a part of me, when we start mass deporting people, we're going to need as much good coverage as possible, because when they show the first time it's a family and they're crying and screaming and they're being sent on a plane back to wherever, we're going to need the pluses of, oh, and by the way, this is also the guy who pardoned Hunter Biden.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. It's a balancing act. This is politics. Can't all just be the long knives. You got to play this accordingly. That's the way I'm looking at it. All right, when we get back, they just can't realize why they lost so badly. We'll talk about a couple aspects of that as we continue the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
What will happen on day one after the new president is sworn in? Executive orders will fly. Try to come up with some ideas in what those executive orders will be.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC. FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to the Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Foundation repair isn't pretty, but at Atlanta Ramjack, we make it easy. If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with the repair. Why call us? Foundation repair is all we do. We have highly trained estimators that will thoroughly evaluate your home and only recommend what is needed. If you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the Podcast Park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Don't miss the Atlanta Mushroom Festival, Sunday, November 17th at Park Tavern in Piedmont Park. Beginning at 12 noon and ending at 7 p.m., this dog and family-friendly event features educational speakers, live music, and over 30 mushroom-themed vendors. Early bird tickets are only $10, which directly supports the nonprofit festival. For more information, visit AtlantaMushroomFestival.com or Atlanta Mushroom Festival on all social platforms.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck, and I saw a statistic recently that jumped out at me. In 2017, home equity grew by a staggering $908 billion in America. That represents a 12% increase year over year. For most Americans, home equity is the biggest chunk of their personal wealth. At realestateagentsitrust.com, we see adult children who seek our help and sell their parents' homes. Often, the home is in a distant city and the condition of the home can be poor. And of course, our agents at realestateagentsitrust.com go above and beyond to help those families sell these homes, and that's a great feeling for everybody involved, including us. But it makes me wonder if there might be a better way. Have you considered looking at the equity you have in your home? It might be smart to sell now and downsize and have that equity to enjoy your golden years. If so, I urge you to go to realestateagentsitrust.com and let one of our agents see what might be possible by leveraging the equity in your home. realestateagentsitrust.com. That's realestateagentsitrust.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, November 7th. 150 passengers and 6 crew members were on board a Delta flight traveling from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. when the flight was diverted to an airport in Raleigh, North Carolina after a strange odor was reported in the flight deck. The flight landed safely in Raleigh and the passengers were placed on a new flight. The cause of the mysterious odor is still under investigation. A man in Fayetteville shot at another driver he believed was following him. The injured driver, who had been shot, called police while seeking treatment for the gunshot wound. He told police that he was shot by an irrational driver. The shooter, 25-year-old Joshua Carabine, surrendered and was charged with aggravated assault, battery, and possession of a firearm during a crime. And in sports, Atlanta Hawk and number 1 pick Zachary Riache scored 33 points and had 7 rebounds as the Hawks defeated the New York Knicks 121-116 last night at State Farm Arena. Trae Young added 23 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds in the win. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 106.3.
I don't want to downplay what just happened because I spent at least 2 weeks staring at the name and having to go, Riache. The fact that you've now gotten comfortable using it in news updates, I'm like, that's impressive.
It's so hard.
You see it and you just go, this is a really long name, well, and it looks funny in comparison. Like it's not like you can just say like Zach Riache.
Right.
You know?
It's Zaccarei, you know, like it's very French. And I think Joe coming in my ear earlier, and because I checked with him, I'm like, it's Risache, right? And he goes, he says, do it like this in French. And I was like, all right, so now it's in my head. Risache.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it as you were getting to the update. I was like, oh, he's going to do it. I was like, and he has it. For our audience that doesn't know, he was the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. Young guy from France, and he's starting to come into his own. So you're going to get used to, in a similar way, Tua Tagovailoa. The first time he was quarterbacking at Alabama, everyone's like, to a T. We call him to a T. Yeah, right. It wasn't until he hit a level where it's like, okay, I better learn this guy's name. So
I was doing updates on our football program over there. You were there doing the actual show, and I remember talking down the line and be like, can I just say Tua? Can I just say Tua?
The guy was so new. Like, I still remember when, and it was Johnny Manziel, and he had just kind of hit on the national scene. Everyone's like, this Johnny Manziel. When I heard Manziel, I was like, I need to stop that right now because this dude's going to win the Heisman. Like, you got to say his name correctly.
I want more Mike Vicks.
Yeah,
very easy.
Very simple. Rob Brown. Thank you. That makes it so much easier.
Ryan.
That's right. Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
7 o'clock is brought to you by Van Zant Law Group. Visit vanzantlawgroup.com. Also, I want to remind you about the second annual Extra 106.3 and 680 The Fan Veterans Golf Day Classic. That is coming up tomorrow over at the Heritage Golf Links in Tucker. So here's what you got. This is going to be honoring the nation's bravest with the Veterans Day Golf Classic at Heritage Golf in Tucker. We're combined once again with the Warrior Alliance and their efforts to help active duty military members and their families adjust to civilian life after their service as well. Veterans Golf Day Classic is going to have a golf shirt giveaway, breakfast from First Watch, and a Bloody Mary bar. Hello, we'll be there at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Box lunches for every cart, on-course beverage stations, plus post-round awards, a raffle dinner, and the world-famous Matthew Cafeteria in Tucker. That's what we've got going on as of tomorrow. And by the way,
tomorrow.
Thank you to our sponsors, Kia Mall Georgia, Corona Beer, Kroger, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Hennessy Ford, First Watch, Southwire, the Hague Barron Law Group. All of them are going to be out there and represented. So if you haven't signed up, get yourself taken care of there. You can go over to our website or go over to 680 The Fan. But either way, like I said, it's going to be a really fun day tomorrow.
I got some information. I don't know if you've heard. Do you know who we're playing with?
Who are we playing with?
Kimmer.
Really?
Yeah, we got our own little foursome. I think it's It might be fivesome. It might be Kimmer, Pete, Flounder, and you and me.
Okay. I wasn't sure who we were playing with. We were told, hey, is there a group you want to play with, or do you want to? And I just said whatever makes sense. If there was somebody who wanted to play with us individually, or if we were going to play as a group, no matter what, I was cool with whatever we had.
And I did preface this because Kimmer was the one who told me. He was really excited about this, and I said, listen to me right now. I said, we can't win because with you playing from up, and he's a great golfer.
Yes, he's a very good golfer.
You, me, him, we're in good shape. Flounder's good golf. We'd win this, but we can't win because we want somebody else to win.
Of course.
So I say, Kimmer, I want to let you know, Carlos and I will be too drunk to carry this team. We are going to do our...
There's truth and honesty, everyone.
Yeah, post-election day drinking of those Tito Vodka Bloody Marys and that finished long drink, everything.
All of it. I'm concerned, and here's the reason why. My daughter has her first performance. She's in High School Musical. She's one of the leads. It's what her 8th grade group is doing. I know, Joe, you're so excited. So her first performance is tomorrow night at 7:30. So I have to just make sure that I'm sober enough.
Yeah.
All right? Because you're on a golf tournament, again, for the, benefiting the Warrior Alliance and everything that we have going on for Veterans Day. Yeah, we want to make sure that we have a good time with this. I just have to make sure I don't have too good of a time so that I'm not falling asleep in the theater.
What if you just took a nap on the golf cart as we drove around? I think I could handle the driving if you fall asleep. Yeah.
We did have a coworker who still works with us to some capacity, but this gentleman who, at one point when we had a golf tournament, he laid down on the 17th at the tee box and he just went to sleep.
I would do that.
He just went to sleep, and somebody went back and got him like an hour and a half later. It's like, hey, Brandon, wake up. so yeah, it does happen. It does happen.
It's fine.
It should be fun. So for everyone who's participating tomorrow, can't wait to see you out there. We'll do the show there from 6 to 10, and then when we're done, we will jump on the course. Or is the morning show down the hall? Are they broadcasting from there as well? Because they did take part last year.
Yeah, I think
so. I think they're taking part again.
We're broadcasting there, right?
Yeah, we're broadcasting there. Right. So yeah, that's what we got going on.
I honestly I forgot that it was this Friday because Tug was like, hey, I'm going to go be with my family. And I'm like, Tug will never miss that. Wait, maybe I got the date wrong. So.
No, I've had to put it in our little, it's our cozy that keeps track of everything. Yeah. And that one's highlighted in red just to let everybody know. I'm going to be playing golf.
Yes.
Don't mess with me. This is what we're going to be doing. I thought this was pretty fascinating that when you look at the liberal media out there and then just the average liberal, they're having a hard time digesting why they got beat. And when I put this out there, our friend Goat Redneck Poet gave me a little term. He says, well, they're truth blind. I was like, you know what? I'm going to use truth blind as this for a little while once we get into the segment. So there's a gentleman named John Pavlovich, and he was writing about, what happened and why they lost. And he had wrote this on Twitter. He says, right now, MAGAs are pumping out their chests that they think that Trump defeated us. It's when they can't pay their mortgages or afford groceries or get health insurance, they'll realize Trump was the singular enemy all along.
Wait, that's what we voted against just now.
That's the point. It's like, John, have you not been paying attention why you took the biggest butt kicking since 1984? There was another woman out there, and I'll go find her tweets as well. And her point was, as soon as they take away your Social Security from the older people that voted for this, then you'll realize they were the enemy. It's like, hold on a second. You're using the same lies to try and turn people. You've been using the same lies for 30 years. Every single election, it's the Republicans are going to take away your Social Security. Donald Trump, last time around, because I do have a record here, promised no cuts to Social Security. And guess what he did? He didn't cut Social Security. So it is a level of, as Goat Redneck Poet puts it, being truth blind to not being able to self-analyze and realize why you lost.
I would ask, Uncle Chip and those crazy Democrats that say things like this, where did your Social Security go during the Harris administration? We'll call it the Harris administration.
It actually went to people that weren't supposed to be part of it because they didn't pay into it.
Absolutely. It went to illegals. It went to people who didn't deserve it. So the actual spending and getting rid of Social Security, what Donald Trump's plan is actually protect Social Security. It stops that. When you start taking these people off of our books that don't do anything to be here or don't have the legal right to be here, then all of a sudden you start saying, look how much money we are saving. So the reality of what these people are saying, again, it's that old communist idea. Blame them, even though they haven't done it, for what you're doing today. And that's what the Democrats have continued to do.
If I was in this administration, if I was Donald Trump, one of the first things I'm doing is I'm calling Zelensky and I'm saying, that deal that was negotiated with your country and Russia, y'all are taking that deal.
Right.
Here's how it's going to be. You're taking that deal. There will be no more money that's coming and no more weaponry that is coming. You're taking that deal. The only people that wouldn't allow them to take that deal was the Biden administration. Mm-hmm. So you take that deal. Here's what it's going to be. You tell the Israelis, you finish off what you need to, get it done. Whatever you got going on with Iran, get that done. We'll support you. That's where I'm going to be. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going over to Elon Musk. And that idea of having the council that they want to do for government efficiency, when he says that they can cut $2 trillion in current day spending. Right now we're spending like $6.5 trillion. If you're getting it back to 4.5, you're going back to basically 2014, 2015 levels. That we can afford. That suddenly really helps.
And again, you need to bring in, we have a good system here come January that you're going to have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So you're able to maybe balance this budget when you bring in on Musk in to cut some of the waste. But the reality is, when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to Zelensky, he made a phone call, a very nice phone call to Donald Trump for a reason. He understands, hey, I need you on my side too, because I think he knows that Donald Trump will be on Ukraine's side. At the same time, he's going to say, hey, but you guys got to end this. This has to stop. You cannot have Russians and Ukrainians, people dying for this reason. Now, Zelensky is not going to give up any or annex any land over to Russia. That's going to be a tough move for him. But is that going to be an answer that has to be done? That's the question that's going to be asked with Putin and Zelensky. I have a feeling Putin's okay with not annexing any more land from there, but there is going to be you can't build up on the border against Russia. You just can't do it.
Well, they were warned.
Yeah.
They were warned a multitude of times. Ukraine cannot become part of NATO.
Correct.
And we were the ones, through our policy, that pushed it into, no, we'll make them a NATO country.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians wanted this buffer between them and NATO. That's what it all came down to. And we, as a government, were the ones that pushed it in the way that eventually it created war. Now, we love doing that because it makes a whole lot of important people money. That's what it always comes back to. Mm-hmm. I like the idea of how many things can we tamper down around the world with it not costing us men, material, women, and money? It's like how many ways can we save ourselves the crazy money we're spending by just saying, you know what, we'll lift that embargo there, y'all take that deal, and nothing else is coming out of this thing.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to end up happening. Zelensky knows he can't lose any more citizens. I mean, the reality is too many people are dying. He cannot lose more cities. He cannot win this fight. He knows he can't win this fight, but he knows that he can continue to get money. There's a lot behind the scenes. We've talked about the biolabs and U.S. cooperation there. We're talking about funding the military-industrial complex. Biden right now is going to be able to skate any phone calls that were made, any of the things that Hunter Biden did. So I think that there is a reality now that Trump will walk in and say, Zelensky, we got to save people. We got to save lives, and we got to stop war.
Let's talk about what's going to be an important factor as it looks like everything's going to be where the Republicans will maintain the House. There's a couple votes you still got to pay attention to, but it doesn't look like it's going to move anything in a significant way. You will have the Senate. Mike Johnson and his role in how this is going to play out. You're going to have a Donald Trump that is in so much of a different situation from 2016 or even had to be reelected in 2020. He has all the levers of power, but Mike Johnson's going to be an important factor with this.
Well, Mike Johnson has to now because the plan and what it seems, we've given way too much to Biden. The continuing resolution, the actual budget, everything that they've been doing has been to kick it down the road until Donald Trump won the presidency. At least that's what he said. We will get this straightened out when we control what we can control and actually control the purse strings. He failed as far as I was concerned when it came to controlling the purse strings. We gave way too much money to Ukraine. Now it's time to start clawing all that back. He needs to be responsible and held responsible if he doesn't do what he said when he was making deals with the Biden administration. Now that you really have the purse strings, because anything you put through the Senate is going to go, okay, we got you, and hopefully do it in a realistic way. There's too many Republicans still in power that are warmongers as well and want to continue spending. We have to really rein them in as well. But now you got to do what you said. You've got to start cutting the budget. You need to separate everything into 12 appropriation bills and only vote on those bills. No more park, no more special interests. Go ahead and use American taxpayer money the right way.
And this is what I mean. In 2017, when you had Donald Trump come in to power, remember, you had so many congressmen and you had so many senators that were talking about the fears of Russian collusion, especially the ones that were up for re-election.
Yeah.
And so he didn't have the backing in 2017 that he's going to have in 2025, which a lot of those people now, because of his campaigning the last several years, they're Trump Republicans.
Yeah.
This is going to be a totally different looking House and Senate as far as the power structure by which it's made up.
Well, I think bringing RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, and all the others that he's bringing part of his transition team in with will really make a lot of these Republicans sit back and go, we were wrong. We were wrong, just like J.D. Vance.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Van Zant Law Group. Get in an accident? Hey, make the call. Van Zant Law Group. When we get back, well, one woman on The View really can't help but put people into boxes. Talk about that next as we continue right here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 FM.
President Donald Trump is once again set to take office.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
And Extra 106.3 is here to keep Atlanta informed and connected as things change in D.C. Proud to march on as the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Rhino here for my friends over at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. If you don't know True Prep, if you haven't been to True Prep, I'm telling you right now, this is one of the most important things you can do. I know we all feel safe that Trump has been elected president, and he will continue to fight for the American people, but he cannot control when natural disasters happen. He cannot control when a water supply is contaminated. So you need to be in control and make sure that your family is safe and you have all the essentials in an emergency. You need to make sure that you have freeze-dried food. You need to make sure that you have water filtration. And I'm not talking about what you have under your sink that requires power. We're talking about things that will save lives. First aid kits. And the largest selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo. And I'll tell you right now, they have it at the lowest prices around. They're locally owned and operated by Matt, Joey, both Georgia Tech engineers, Amy, who's over there every single day making sure that the guys know what they're doing because she's the brains behind everything. Go and talk to Amy. She knows everything. They even have the Harvest Right freeze dryer. You can freeze dry your own food. But more important, if you're new to this and you don't know where to start, they have workshops that you can attend, and they're all listed right there, like the Intro to Emergency Preparedness on their website at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow. Tell them Rhino sent you. True Prep.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Did you miss Neil Bortz?
I am shocked.
Don't worry. He's live anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Oh, that radio show.
Did traffic cause you to miss some of the Kimmer Show? Get it on the app.
It's all the kids talk about on Monday at school.
With anytime show replays from the Kimmer, Bortz, the Morning Extra, Clay and Buck, and so much more. Plus local headlines and breaking news. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Trump 106.3.
Yeah.
I have to remind myself to keep saying
Sounds
that.
good.
It does sound very funny. And our logo now has the hair flip, right?
Yeah.
It's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
See how long.
I like it.
See how crazy it's going to make people. By the way, if you are crazy or you're not, either way, still love to hear from you. 404-741-1230 on anything that we're covering. It's Los, it's Rhino. No Tug as of today. He'll be back on Monday. He went to South Carolina for a baseball trip with he and his lovely wife. Going to go watch his son play a little bit of college ball. But we'll be taking you until 10 o'clock this morning. And then we'll move everything over to Glenn Beck and the regular lineup all the way through the evening with Kimmer taking things over. So I did check, and we are going to be with Kimmer and Pete. So that's going to be part of our playing group.
All right.
And I have to tell you this, I thank everyone for their sponsorship and taking part in our Veterans Day Golf Classic. But also, thank you for all the kindness that's been coming down from our coverage on Tuesday night. The amount of text messages, the emails that came in, the messages that were left in the YouTube channel. We had talked about wanting to do an extremely hyper-local, conservative view coverage for election night. And the feedback has been just awesome. And it's completely unexpected, wildly unexpected.
Well, I think we have some of the best people in this market when it comes to talking about common sense politics, which is great. We have really took this on because we came in all kind of new to doing and knowing some of the local politicians. I had been, dealing with some of these people before we started this station, just doing YouTube channels, but not like we were able to access here.
Yeah, it's different when you say, here, I have a YouTube channel, and typically the politician or his staff says, well, we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
When you say, I have a morning radio show here in Atlanta, and here's the distribution, here's our numbers, and they say, when can we book them?
Yeah.
It's just different.
It is different, and it's been so nice too. And that was the great part was they wanted to win this race. They knew that we've got to win this race. And being a red state, they had such a great group with Trump 47 here, and they wanted to reach out, and they knew who I knew, and we were talking, and they said, call him. And we put it all together where, you had already talked to Tricia, and hey, we're going to go to Rich McCormick.
Started talking about the Forsyth County Republicans.
And it was great to be able to call them and say, hey, Carlos is going to be there. Can you, make sure he's taking it? Oh, Rich will love to have him here. Boom, done. That was that easy.
He still remembered from us over at Marietta Diner.
Yes.
Because I referenced the time we had you on when we got a chance to have Herschel Walker. And again, that was during his first campaign. So we had a small part in getting him elected. So there was a lot of love there when we showed up and we were representing and helping support him for his big night.
And it was great to be able to do that for him. And then, the Grand Hyatt, they called and said, hey, you want to come down here? And I said, absolutely. We want to broadcast 100%. From there. I'd love to be there. And it just kind of all worked out. And it was. I was so happy and so proud of all the people that we've had on, whether it was Lara Trump, Eric Trump. I mean, we had these names at other stations, legacy stations, woke socialist stations. They tried to pretend to be conservative, and they didn't have the names that we had on it. And I'm so proud of, we have to thank Richie and Morgan with Team Trump. Who did everything they could.
They were so active in trying to get them, their team in as many places as possible.
And they did such a great job. And they put on such great events. And all the Trump rallies, these are the people, Richie behind the scenes, Morgan behind the scenes, Keegan Nagel behind the scenes. These are the women and men who fight so hard and work so hard every day to put on these events and really bring registration to an all-time high. So they all deserve so much credit. So I'm so proud of what we did and how many views we've had and how many people are tuning in today that are new because they just understand, hey, they were right. They understood why this was going to be the way it is, and it turned out the way we thought.
We kept talking about how the polling was looking and what to watch for. That's why I'm so proud of that whole Miami-Dade thing. I was like, watch this. Let's see what happens. This is going to dictate where everything goes. And then, to start talking with the local officials. Like I think about like a Flo Valdez who handles a lot of the scheduling. She was in part who got a Sean Still to join us when he was talking about his local campaign for state senator. And they were seeing the energy. The ground game was seeing the energy. And they were the ones talking about how we're not having a problem getting people to the polls. It's like they're just all showing up. And so whether it was at the top with Team Trump, talking about what they're feeling, or at the local level. Both ends were talking about there's a fervor here that we've never seen before.
Yeah, it is. I think a lot of people were just so tired of division, really, which is funny because they called us the party of division. But everybody saw
I'm a
the
Nazi
division.
socialist.
Right.
I'm sorry, fascist. I'm not a socialist.
Right. As the more they talked about division by calling everybody else names and saying, you need to be with us, let them be with them. They're all white nationalists. We're all buddy. It was such a divisive thing. I think Americans got tired of it. And when the economy, when the border were two big issues, and parents' rights, I think that was a huge issue, because I think parents' rights encompasses the idea that trans men or men who think they're women can be in our locker rooms, in our bathrooms with our daughters, can play in the sports with daughters, that we put Title IX in to protect women's sports, and now they're trying to find a way to make men get back into those. I think that was registering with not just white men and women, with blacks, Hispanics, with even gay men that I've talked to who said, it's too much.
Yeah, that's too. The fact that they were being lumped into this as part of their movement, to a certain extent, they felt it was a little bit like, hey, I'm not mentally ill. That person might be.
Yeah.
404-741-1230. Let's go back on out to the phones. Charles, you get almost the last word in the hour.
Good morning, guys. Happy MAGA Day.
Happy MAGA Day.
But no, I know I called in a few weeks ago and we discussed about the polling until I took your advice. So I was looking at all the counties every time they would poll up a county. I was like, oh, he's polling higher than he was in the last two elections. I said, he's going to get this. And so I kept watching every time, and I remember you talking about Miami-Dade, and I'm like, oh, he's got it by 11 points. I said, he's got this. And my wife was like, why are you so calm? I said, I'm looking at the numbers. And she's like, oh.
Charles, is it funny, as you were seeing that stuff, how that took the emotion out of it? Because you were just looking at it and going, wait a minute, he's lost this by 13 points and by 30 points in the past, and he's up by 11. It makes you comfortable at that point.
It does. And I'm like, my wife was like, how in the world can you be so calm? I said, I'm looking at numbers. And I said, because I'm like you, I'm like, I look at numbers and I'm like, oh, he's got this. Especially when, like, each state, he was, like, higher than he's ever been. I'm like, yeah.
Appreciate the call, Charles. That was my indicator, too.
Yeah.
It was looking at what was going on in the counties in Florida. Because remember, polls close in Florida at 7 o'clock. And remember, then everything keeps moving because the panhandle is technically 6 o'clock. So, but you knew that the east coast of Florida, when you get those numbers early on, I thought that was the big indicator. And so when I'm walking around the party I was at in Forsyth County and people were, still worried, I kept going, no, we're okay here. Why?
Yeah.
It's like, here's what I'm seeing in these counties. And that's why I felt so confident. And by the time we signed off, I felt extremely confident.
Well, as soon as we saw the numbers come in from Baldwin County here in Georgia, I knew this was over here. And I was surprised they didn't call the race. But I knew they had a lot of TV coverage. They needed to pay commercials and do all that. So they were going to keep it going and keep people watching as long as they could. But I knew that was the difference. I also knew Pennsylvania should have been exactly what it was. I knew it would be a little tight. I think that a lot of people, especially in that area, understand how important Donald Trump is to fracking, to oil, to their industries, to making sure that working families will be able to survive. And I just knew that Pennsylvania, my only fear was what they would try to do. And it wasn't what the Republicans were doing wrong. It was what Democrats were going to try to do.
By the way, this was at 12:23 in the morning. So technically this was Wednesday morning. And we're now commenting about how Erie, Pennsylvania flipped red. So we were paying attention on a state-by-state basis, on a county-by-county basis. And once we saw that, that's when we all kind of looked, we're through text. We're like, we're going to be all right here. Like, things are going to be good. All right, when we get back again, we'll get to some of that audio from The View, but also women cutting off sex. We'll talk about that next as we continue the Morning Xtra right here on Xtra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Do you think I can tie a drop cloth found in Atlanta 46 years ago to this week's election? Why, yes, I can. 46 years ago, the event was the opening of the Russell Federal Office Building, downtown Atlanta. pretty much where Rich's used to be. Workers were cleaning up that building as it was getting ready to open, 1978. They found a painter's drop cloth, all torn, ripped, canvas with paint splattered all over it. As part of their cleanup effort, they took this drop cloth and put it in a dumpster. The next day, an artist named Sam Gilliam arrived on the scene looking for his precious artwork that was going to be installed in the lobby. He found it in a dumpster. Oh my goodness, it was the drop cloth, all torn and splattered with paint. He threw the snit fit of all snit fits, running around in circles, screaming and shouting. His drop cloth was rescued from the trash and hung in the lobby. For all I know, it's still there today. Go by and see. Let me know. But Sam Gilliam had something to say about the people of Atlanta. He was really upset that they mistook his artwork for garbage. I don't have the exact quote, but he said basically that the people of Atlanta were just not sophisticated enough to understand his art. I think they understood it all too well. Now, let's compare this to the election this week. What are the Democrats saying about the victory of Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? How? Why did that happen? Well, it's easy. It's because the voters just aren't sophisticated enough to really understand the wonderful nuances and talents of Kamala Harris. To the voters, she was a torn drop cloth. To the left, an absolute work of art. Funny how things work out. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Modular and offsite construction is booming. If you're an architect, building engineer, supplier, developer, or contractor, you can't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to the International Convention Center in Atlanta on November 20th. With the rising cost of traditional building, modular and offsite construction is changing the way companies build. It's quicker, cheaper, and offers a faster ROI. So don't miss the Offsite Construction Summit, coming to Atlanta on November 20th. Register today at offsiteconstructionnetwork.com. That's offsiteconstructionnetwork.com.
Join your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets on Saturday, November 9th at 12 p.m. as they take on the Miami Hurricanes at Bobby Dodd Stadium at Hyundai Field, presented by Delta. Touchdown, Jackets! The tailgate starts at 8 a.m. when North Avenue transforms into hell of a block party driven by Hyundai, featuring Atlanta native and legendary rapper, songwriter, producer, and actor Big Boy for a free concert which starts at 10 a.m. Tickets start at only $60 at RamlinRec.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
President Biden will address the nation. And I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. In 3 hours, the day after he called President-elect Trump to congratulate him and pledge a smooth transition.
Biden was told privately this summer that he had a 0% chance of beating Trump, but after that, Harris got a huge bounce when she joined the ticket and had a glitzy convention. And now campaign staff are getting an email from their boss, Jen O'Malley Dillon, that says, I know the vice president isn't finished in this fight. That was the gist of the VP's remarks at Howard University yesterday. NBC News is reporting the Harris team did not spend much time writing a concession. They thought her initial remarks were just going to be about keeping the faith during a days-long vote count.
Now, across the country, that's Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House, by the way. Across the country, Trump gained votes in several thousand counties from 4 years ago. In Philadelphia, where Harris did worse than hoped, the Democratic Party leader in the city, Bob Brady, blames her campaign, telling Fox.
For the national campaign, nothing, zero. They had no respect, they had no coordination. They didn't talk. I never even had a conversation with the lady.
Meanwhile, President-elect Trump is planning his next administration administration and cabinet. Senior advisor Jason Miller tells Fox.
He knows many of the people that he wants to bring with him, and some of these issues can't wait until he gets sworn in. Obviously, we have what's happening at the southern border. There are different things that President Trump can do simply by being the president-elect.
The Trump nominees have an easier path to confirmation with a Republican-controlled Senate in the next Congress. The GOP has won 52 seats and leads in another race in Pennsylvania. A military commission judge has overruled Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on the plea deals for 3 9/11 terror suspects, restoring those agreements that would have mastermind Khalid Sheikh Mohammed avoid the death penalty. Frustrating Brett Eagleson, president of the group 9/11 Justice, he tells Fox.
Nobody has ever listened to what the families want in any regard to any of this.
Eagleson was a teenager when his father, Bruce, was one of the nearly 3,000 people murdered in the attacks. America's listening to Fox News.
If you're looking for a firearm, I just love and recommend highly Henry Repeating Arms. They make 200 models of rifles, shotguns, revolvers, and a wide variety of calibers and finishes. Plus, they have new releases all throughout the year. The best way to learn about Henry Firearms is to get their free catalog and check it out online or at home. Plus, you're going to get 2 free decals and a list of dealers where you live and a great newsletter. Go to henryusa.com, click on their free catalog button. It's in the upper right-hand corner. Henry uses old world craftsmanship combined with cutting-edge technology to deliver reliability and accuracy that everybody can trust. They're easy to use and maintain. It makes them an excellent choice for personal and property defense, for hunting, for shooting sports, and for beginners. All made in America, or they won't be made at all. Remember, to order their free catalog, get free decals, henryusa.com. That's henryusa.com. Free catalog and decals and a list of dealers where you are. You're going to love this company.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Trump 106.3. This is the 8 o'clock hour. It is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Make sure to sign up for one of those maintenance agreements you always hear Tug talking about, and you will hear me talking about. I've had one for the better part of a decade. They always guarantee service within 24 hours. Get a little discount on it as well. Central Heating and Air, they've been taking care of my furnace and my AC systems for, like I said, the better part of a decade. So greatly appreciate their patronage. And hopefully we'll get a chance to see you out tomorrow as we will be taking part in our second annual Veterans Day Golf Classic. That is coming up over at the Heritage Golf Links. We will be out there in the morning along with the locker room from our sister station, The Fan, and then we'll be playing afterwards. Apparently we'll be with Kimmer and Pete, and I just got the approval of my father-in-law, who likes to, we'll just say this, when it's golf, consume beverages. He's going to tag along. We're going to put him with a group. And so if you happen to see a man named Julian out there, just know he will always partake in a beverage with you. You just have to say, oh, hey, I heard that you partake in beverages, and it'll be on from there.
I love Julian.
He's a lot of fun.
We went to East Lake together, and yes, we partake in some beverages. And he even bought me ball markers. As I was like, he's like, no, you drove, and you're taking me home. And, well, actually, you're going to take me to good old days first, then you're going to take me home. And then he bought me ball markers, and I was like, I love you, dude.
Joe, let me tell you this, and for the rest of the audience as well. By the time, because I had finished up some stuff for work, because I didn't go out to East Lake. They were going to go out to the tournament together. And so I told them, I was like, yeah, I tell you what, if you're going to drop him off over at the bar. I'll pick him up. We get some food in him and get some more drinks.
Yeah.
These two walked in like they were a hurricane of alcohol and fun. Like they walked into the bar and they're like, let's go. And they proceeded to basically hold court. So I'm just saying, we always have a good time with these tournaments. Tomorrow it's going to be about the same. So if you're out there, please come by and say hi. Let's chat. It's a really cool time. All benefiting the Warrior Alliance and the great work that they do for our U.S. servicemen and women as they're transitioning into civilian life. And so just a really cool thing we get a chance to do. And it's all brought to you by Georgia Power, Kroger, First Watch, Hennessy Ford, The Long Drink, also Saunders Health as well, Southwire, Panther Plumbing. Like I said, there's a whole lot of people that are supporting this. And so we thank you for that. All right, this is going to be very women-centric in this segment.
Yes, women, pay attention.
Because I started paying attention when you sent me this. Like, I saw a little bit of it, but you spotted this trend long before I did on social media of how women are going to get back at us for, voting for sanity.
Yeah, I kept hearing about this Initiative 4B, and I'm like, what is Initiative 4B? What kind of craziness is this?
What is this Brett Summer you speak of?
And, what is this? And so I was like, all right, let me look into it. And then I started seeing more more videos, and more women coming out screaming, crying, because we've seen a lot of the meltdown. Then I came across this video, and this is where I really started to begin to understand exactly what they're doing. And for once, after I play this, I'll tell you exactly why I am totally for Initiative 4B. Listen to this woman.
I understand. I've heard the message loud and clear. We all have. Now women are going to have to just refuse to participate. Sorry, if you're a man, I will not be responding to you. If you are a man, I will not be talking to you. I am going to be promoting the 4B movement from here on out. I don't care.
She's cutting off all her hair.
Cutting it all off. Probably painting a target on my back here, but whatever. At least I live in a state right now that has liver rights still. And we voted out Brandon Williams. That guy back to Texas from whence he came. We also voted yes on Prop 1, which will codify into law some equal right protections in the New York State Constitution. So we did that at least. Stop dating men. Stop having sex with men. Stop talking to men. Divorce your husbands. Leave your boyfriends. Leave them. And I promise you, come over to this side. I will bake cookies. I will shave your head if you want me to.
You sound insane. And admittedly, I saw the video, but I had no idea what she was talking about. I just saw this woman who started cutting all of her hair off.
Yeah.
And I felt bad for her because she does not look like somebody who's in the right sense of mind where she's making logical and rational decisions.
She's not.
And doing it to then post it online?
To post it online. So she began by trying to shave her head with a shaver, but her hair was so long she couldn't. So then she was getting really upset. This was cut down from 3 minutes. She then began to grab a scissor and just start cutting and talking into this. And I found it really refreshing that she understood finally that states have rights and you're able to live in a state, which she does. So this is all about abortion, by the way.
Yes, clearly.
She is able, if she does get pregnant, to go ahead and take care of it as ghoulishly as she'd like in New York. But what is happening here is this 4B movement is all about women making themselves fat, making themselves ugly, making themselves so unattractive that they don't have to have sex with men.
What, so they look more liberal than normal liberal women?
Yes. Yeah.
And I saw the response on some of these, which was, well, the Trump women will stay hot. I'm like, good, yes, you're staying hot. That's totally cool with me. All right. It's the peak mental. I want to there's part of me that wants to say mentally ill.
Yeah.
But it's almost you've been caught up in so much of your cult, and they'd say you guys are a cult. I'm like, hold on a second. You're willing to be so cultish about this that you're going to shave your head. All right. That's what cults do.
Right.
Like, how do you not identify that this is a cult that you're taking part in?
Yes. And my better half, Erin, if she shaves her head, she's doing it to give her hair to somebody who's going to make a wig for a child with cancer.
Yeah.
Completely different way to handle this. This is to say, hey, I am not going to get pregnant in this world. Thank you.
I saw that too. Yeah.
I am not going to have sex with men unprotected anymore. Okay, I don't want men in my life. That's up to you. But the reality of it is we won an abortion because they are now saying, I am going to take personal responsibility by not laying with a man and having sex in order to get pregnant. I'm going to go ahead and take care. I'm actually going to use my thought process to say, I don't want to get pregnant in case. Even though she lives in New York, she can handle that. I'm okay with them not procreating just because that seems completely crazy to me. That's fine. But the fact that they're sitting here and saying, I can control whether or not I want to have a baby. I don't want to have a baby, so I'm going to cut off any kind of sex. Or maybe if I do have a relationship, maybe it would be with a man who's not going to guarantee or want that. This just kind of validifies that the way to handle abortion is not get pregnant and be responsible. I don't think anybody's going to stop having sex. That's ridiculous. But at least now you can think, hey, I don't want to.
It's an upset, emotional response. Now, let me be very honest and upfront, especially for women out there who do value abortion. I get it. I'm with you. I talk with the idea of, I like the idea of restoring aspects of Roe versus Wade from 1973, not what it became, where it was abortion on demand. That started in 1993 with Planned Parenthood and a ruling they won in the Supreme Court. 73 had it that a woman and the state both had an interest in life, okay? Not just a woman could do whatever, but she couldn't just elect to terminate a baby within certain parameters. It's like 7th, 8th, 9th month. We're not going to, that was the original ruling, okay?
Yeah.
All right, with all that being said, abortion didn't turn out women the way they thought it would, and it didn't even affect the vote the way they thought it would. We were so worried that Kamala Harris was talking so much about abortion and ran so many ads about abortion. And you know what? Abortion didn't even show up in the top 3 as a motivating factor for most exit polling. In fact, it was way down the list. It was not important. So the fact that you're on Twitter or X or TikTok or wherever else talking about shaving your head and getting fat all in the interest of abortion, what I'm telling you is you come across more fringe.
Yeah.
You lost because you were talking about abortion this much.
Yeah.
Not because
in a crazy manner, by the way.
You lost because you were talking abortion this much.
Not only were they talking about abortion, they went so far as to say, I'm going to get pregnant just to abort it to get back at you.
Like, how does that make any sense?
It makes,
knowing that abortion are mentally scarring to people who have gone through it.
Yeah.
Even the ones who did it in the best interest of, well, listen, I couldn't support this child and I went down this road. Those women never forget it.
Yeah.
Ever.
If we talked about it in a responsible way, because it is a very, very emotional subject. There are so many women who understand they'll never have an abortion. 75% of women in this country will never have an abortion.
But don't you think it's crazy that they're willing to go to the extent of posting this for what is now? And let's be honest, it's now a fringe issue. The way America exists right now, with the problems we have, abortion is a fringe issue that isn't even worth having the discussion about these days.
Right. But if you do want to have a discussion, what she did in posting this, you're absolutely right, is the wrong way to do it. Because when we look around the country 2 nights ago, abortion passed in certain states, right? They were able to make it, and she even told you, we codified it in New York. If you want to live in New York because you love to have abortions and you're one of the crazy fringe people who said, well, I'm going to get pregnant as many times as I can and abort everyone. No, you're not. That's a way over the top reaction. But if you are, New York on election night, while they elected Donald Trump, also elected to be able to perform abortions.
Let me point out, this is for her logic and how the world is working right now, this United States. Now, yes, you will have a number of states, because I've brought up the number, it's closer to about 76% of Americans believe that there should be abortion, it should be legal, but that there should be restrictions based on timing. That is across the board. So when you see, hey, New York voted for this, that doesn't make them fringe. They probably built into their laws when and how.
Yes.
And that is what's going to happen across the country. That is mainstream as it gets. There's only about 10% of the country that say no abortions and only 10% of the country that say abortions on demand. The middle part is the middle. Now, with all that being said, had she gotten in front of that camera and said, I am not having sex with you until you cut my taxes, I'd have been like, we got to cut these taxes right away. We got to cut these taxes right now.
No taxes.
Had she said, I am not having sex with any of you men, I'm cutting off all my hair until inflation goes negative, I'd have been like, we got to cut some spending, y'all, because I got to have that.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm going to cut my hair too.
You're going to motivate me. Who am I? I'm calling my congressman tomorrow because I got to get me some of that. But when you do it on abortion, I go, well, go get fat.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
it's not a motivating factor. If it was a motivating factor, you wouldn't have gotten your asses kicked to a 1984 level.
Absolutely, because I think most people were common sense with it, saying, hey, I understand the separation of the states and the rights in the states and the people who want to live there. And again, if you want to live in a neighborhood that everybody's like you, cool. If you don't, that's cool too. Go somewhere else, but don't come into a neighborhood. We have this all the time in Towns County and Hiawassee. People coming from Atlanta go, we love this. We love the fact that you have all this land. We love the fact that you're able to be private. We love the fact that you can do whatever you want on your property.
Now we need to start an HOA.
Now we need to start an HOA. Now we need to bring in Starbucks. Now we need to take away zoning rights. Now we need to build affordable housing. No, do not come into my community with your ideas of what destroyed Atlanta and trying to bring them to my area. No, it's not going to happen. You have your own state, go to it. And that's where we need to be. I'm with you. If you came to me with inflation and taxes, I'd be like, not only go ahead, shave your hair, and I'll shave my back just to be along with you.
Be like, this is what we have to do. This is a motivating factor.
And my butt.
If you tell me, hey, I'm doing this for inflation, I'm going to be like, listen, don't cut your hair off. I'm making some phone calls right now. I'll go vote 3 times. Okay? That's what a motivating factor for me. Now, the problem ends up being, and this is highlighted by Sunny Hostin from The View, she is now in the area of, when you get to a post-election, of which groups to blame. And so take a listen as now she's putting women in boxes. And now remember, the ones that are telling you, I won't have sex with you until we do this with abortion.
Okay.
Those are fine to Sonny. But if you were voting because you think that economically we're going down the wrong path, if you think internationally we're going down the wrong path, well, those women, they deserve a different box.
What we did not have is white women who voted about 52%, right, for Donald Trump. Uneducated white women, is my understanding. You have Latino men, actually, voting more for him. And black men were not the story here because they voted almost 80% for the vice president. Right. So why do you think that uneducated white women voted against their reproductive health freedoms? And why do you think Latino men voted in favor of someone that's going to says he's going to deport the majority of his community?
White women like being called uneducated white women. I think the economy matters, national security matters. But when you put people in these boxes, I think that's a takeaway from this race.
Boom.
Yep. Boom.
And that was the response from so many women. They thought it was going to turn them out. And the problem ended up being it's that they figured we're running a woman, so all women will fall in line. And now once they didn't, now it had to turn into, well, those were the uneducated ones.
Yeah, they're dumb.
This is the way the Hispanic ones didn't get behind it. Oh, you know what? 20% of black men, I can't believe they voted for Donald Trump. I can't believe that in New York, 46% of those Jews voted for Donald. That's how they box it up. So that they can then look at it and say, well, we got to get rid of those people or we got to get back at those people.
Well, that's where they lost this race because Mark Cuban came in and told you that anybody who's on the other side, that's a woman, is dumb and weak.
Yeah.
What a dumb statement knowing that some of the strongest women that I've seen happen to be in or are Republicans or in the Republican Party. What a silly way to go. But they do the same thing again. They're putting everybody in a box and saying, if you don't think the way I do, then you're dumb. If you're black, you're dumb if you vote for Donald Trump. Why? Because you're not allowed. It's actually the opposite. The fact that somebody has critical thinking or thinks in another manner that says inflation is important to me, the economy is important to me, being able to shut the border down so we have more opportunity here in this country is important to me. And then to be called dumb for that thought process is just very, very off-putting.
It is one thing when it's Tulsi Gabbard or Laura Trump where you see what they're doing around the country and you say, wow, that's incredible. And when they have the reaction to what Mark Cuban said, that's what it is. And they'll have the same reaction to Sonny Hassan trying to put them into a box or say these women are uneducated. But when you start getting into the ground level ground game, the Republican Party, especially in this area of the country, is run, motivated, and managed by women.
Yeah.
It is. It doesn't matter who you talk to. That's who's handling this stuff.
Let me ask you a question because you know these numbers. She brought up the number. 80% of the black men voted for Kamala Harris.
And by the way, she then was like, so they're fine.
Yeah, they're fine, right?
I don't have to go after them.
But what were the numbers for Joe Biden in 2020 with black men?
I believe it was closer to 90. What was it, 93?
Yeah, it was 93 to 96, somewhere
so
between
right in there, yeah.
So you lost 13 to 16%, and all it would take for him to win the election by picking up some of that group was 8%. He got 16% more. Yeah, he brought in 16% more.
Yeah.
And that was huge for him because I think a lot of people, we said it from the beginning, as soon as he landed in Atlanta and they had the motorcade over to Fulton County Prison.
Who was supporting?
Who was supporting him standing out there?
The black community. They were the ones lining the streets on that area who were fans of Donald Trump and cheering for Donald Trump. And
we warned them.
Rhino was the very first person, as soon as it all went down, the mugshot, Rhino just goes, oh, just wait. Because Black Twitter was like, dude, why are you doing my guy that way?
Yeah.
Like, they were the very first to be like, like, I've seen persecution. This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a fun time to be alive. Again, let's bask in the victory. And if you'd like to continue to bask in the victory, 404-741-1230. This is Trump 1063. When we get back, one of the biggest stars in all of sports, he has fallen for the narrative. We'll talk about that next. We continue the Morning Extra.
From From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
What if I told you that you could get the engagement ring and wedding bands of your dreams in up to 10 grand in your hand? Jaron Solomon here from Solomon Brothers Jewelers to announce our incredible Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 Solomon Brothers locations. During this event, we will be offering up to $10,000 cash back on your Takori engagement ring and wedding bands, or 3 years interest-free financing. Your choice. Takori will be bringing all new, never-before-seen, handcrafted pieces that you are sure to love. And we're not stopping there. For the first time ever, Solomon Brothers will be including GIA-certified diamonds during this promotion. So put some diamonds on your fingers and up to 10 grand in your hand during our Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 locations, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. Shop us online at SolomonBrothers.com and on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort for the fall and winter. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your furnace running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. Turn to the experts for your system's maintenance at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert since 1947 and one of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now the security riddle of the day. When times get tough, where do you keep your stuff? Answer, in a quality safe from the Safe House, of course. Don't go to a big box store and get a fake safe. That would be as effective as Joe Biden's fake border policy. For over 30 years, the Safe House has been providing the best quality safes on the market. Brands like Browning, Fort Knox, and Champion. And with the largest selection of safes on display in Georgia, we're confident we can help you pick the right safe to fit your needs. So drop by our huge showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the Podcast Park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Hey, Roswell. Looking for the perfect bite this football season? Head on over to Nucky's Hoagie's Roswell Corners, where every sandwich is crafted with love by us.
The Sub Sisters,
Stacy
and Shannon. Whether you're looking to cater a football tailgate party or grabbing lunch to go or dining in, we've got delicious Nucky's menu items for you. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagies, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, with the freshest ingredients that'll make your taste buds dance.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell Corners on Woodstock Road your new favorite sandwich spot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, November 7th. 150 passengers and 6 crew members were on board a Delta flight traveling from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. when the flight was diverted to an airport in Raleigh, North Carolina after a strange odor was reported in the flight deck. The flight landed safely in Raleigh and the passengers were placed on a new flight. The cause of the mysterious odor is still under investigation. A man in Fayetteville shot at another driver he believed was following him. The injured driver, who had been shot, called police while seeking treatment for the gunshot wound. He told police that he was shot by an irrational driver. The shooter, 25-year-old Joshua Carabine, surrendered and was charged with aggravated assault, battery, and possession of a firearm during a crime. And in sports, Atlanta Hawk and number 1 pick Zachary Riache scored 33 points and had 7 rebounds as the Hawks defeated the New York Knicks 121-116 last night at State Farm Arena. Trae Young added 23 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds in the win. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 106.3.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra. It's Los. It's Rhino. No Tug today. He'll be back on Monday. A little small vacation to South Carolina, and then he'll be back with the team. Do want to also remind you about the 2024 Truist Hurricane Relief in the wake of the hurricanes with Helen and Milton. Truist Bank and it's actually Helene. That's funny that's spelled this way. Truist Bank and their employees have been working hard to help all the communities affected by these devastating storms. To date, Truist has gathered and donated over 15 tractor trailers worth of non-perishable foods, water, cleaning supplies, and more. They continue to provide and prepare meals that are then taken over to people, the citizens of Greenville and Asheville, and they work to deploy mobile branches in their hardest hit areas, plus having donated over $2 million from the Truist Foundation to these disaster relief areas and their partners. But there is more to be done, and Truist's proposed purpose remains to inspire and to build better lives in communities. Find out ways that you can help at your local Truist Bank or online at Truist.com. I'm glad that they still have not forgotten and that those people still need a ton of help, and this is going to be ongoing for a number of years. So you now have me diving into the whole 4B movement.
4B movement.
This is so enlightening. Like, I'm going to start using this as part of comedy of, like, I'm going 4B.
Yeah.
And I recognize that it's now kind of going around the office because Joe was concerned about being kind of followed around the office on a regular basis, so he decided to cut all of his hair off.
Cut off.
And you're right. What you said about him.
Do you feel free?
I feel so free. I'm so angry.
You are now the prettiest Subaru driving lesbian in the entire office.
I am wearing my sweater too.
You are. That's a beautiful.
But I see how it works.
Yeah, it looks.
It's like, it was all his hair was long and feathered. And you looked like right out of dodgeball.
Yeah, I mean, I was following you around. You tricked me for a little bit. And
now you look back to being kind of like, I don't
want to go near you.
Like, if you didn't have the mustache, we could play a game. It would be like young man or old lesbian. We got to figure it out.
It's a very lesbian haircut.
It is.
Now, I think for your movement, you guys should like tattoo 4B on your foreheads. That way we know that's what you're going for.
You got to let me know some way. Like a small one. I don't know, use a ribbon. Something that allows me to immediately go, that's a 4B.
Yeah.
So there's no game here. There's nothing going on.
Maybe put it on their masks.
But then again, they don't really go to the places we go to anyway.
Right.
Like, I'm not at Lilith Fair. You know,
no,
it's like,
they come to the Roxy every once in a while. And you're like, okay, the Roxy, she's pretty, but if she's wearing a mask.
Or she says I'm
4B,
4B, then I know if I was single, like I tell all my friends, like the guy's like, hey, do you know her? I'd be like, no.
4B.
But she's 4B.
Yeah.
What does the 4B stand for?
Yeah, I don't know.
See, investigation is
What
required
this?
here.
I know it's a movement that started in South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea started it. It was one of those. I think they were using it to cut down the population. So that's where it originally came from South Korea. They said, hey, 4B don't have sex with men. That way they don't get pregnant because, they were keeping the babies.
And now we have a crisis when it comes to birth rates in South Korea. This is a really great idea, everybody. This is solely awesome.
Well, they think now if we do that, that'll make less the population, and then we'll be mad at them and blah, blah, blah. No, we won't. Listen, I'm perfectly fine both ways. Number one, that you're not going to have an abortion because you're not going to get pregnant. Number two, you're not going to procreate someone as crazy as you are that is getting on a TikTok account and making your feelings that are way over the top felt by cutting off your hair and saying you're never going to talk to a man again.
So LeBron James went victimhood status. And then a lot of these people that we've highlighted on TikTok, you can go through some of the videos of people screaming and going crazy about, how upset they are. Like, we'll play this to end the show, but I want to play this here too. All right. So this is a man who is standing outside his doorstep. This is the morning after the election. And he has a neighbor who's removing her Harris wall sign from the front yard. Okay. Like, that's what's going on right here. He's sitting with his cup of coffee, and I think he's probably uttered something to her to kind of get this thing going. I want you to take a listen to this woman and how she screams back. Hopefully you've beeped this, right? We've got the beeps going. Okay. One beep. All right. Take a listen to how crazy this sounds.
Hope your day gets better. Positive energy.
Okay.
So there's a victimhood status that they've all taken. And the weird part for me, the women is one thing. Yeah. The amount of gay men that have bought into this the same way and gone to Twitter in this way. It's very simple. Gay marriage is not on any one of our radar. No. It's not. It's just not. It's not something that we have talked about. And because obviously with the way that Roe versus Wade has gone back to the states, they have now pushed this into, well, they're going to send marriage back to the states, and then it'll be depending on the states. And they know, because we've had measures in California when gay marriage was on the ballot, it didn't even pass there. They know that that's the case. What I'm saying is, if you stop the victimization thing, maybe you won't make yourself a victim. Just ponder that one.
You would think.
Why would you put that on my radar to go after? Because all I'm trying to get you to do is to shut up and get in line on the train. If you keep complaining about this stuff, you're going to make a target. You're going to make me think to myself, how do I silence this person?
Right. Or I'm like that guy. How do I keep saying really nice things just to watch them melt down in this way?
How am I nice to you and support you, yet you're complaining about my niceness and support?
Have a great day. Get that. Where's that scream again?
I mean, he's trying to be friendly
Just
to her.
Listen to this again.
This couldn't be more of what's going on, where Rhino and I are like trying to be nice to everybody, and this is your response to me for that.
Hope your day gets better.
Cut that just one part out.
Hope your day gets better. That's what it feels like to me.
I've been around those people. I've been around those people way too many times, okay, where you're just like, what? Hey, are you okay? Because I honestly worry. There are times I've passed people in the street and I'm like, are you okay? Because I see them having that breakdown.
You and I are humanists.
Yes.
Like, I'm very much into, hey, I hope you're in a good place.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Yep. And this happened right here at Truist Park when they had the anti-abortion and the for-abortion rally. And I went up and talked to her and I said, hey, I'd love to have a conversation with you. And right away, like, go away. And I'm like, wait, you're here to get people to understand your side.
This is not
go away. I know who you are.
This is not an exaggeration. Rhino, with his recording device, walked up to these people, and they were ready to dog cuss him, even though he didn't identify in any certain way. He's like, hey, I just want to talk to you and get your view on this. Yeah. When he went to the other side, they were like, come on in, let's chat. Let's share these ideas.
Let's talk about love.
How did this other side get so militant? And again, it's a fringe. It ain't everybody.
No, it's not.
But that fringe is so crazy and so militant that they decided to take to X and to take to TikTok and Instagram and have mental breakdowns over an election that really won't have that giant of effect on their lives.
Yeah, I just don't. You got to calm down. You got to calm down. You're starting to throw out things that just don't make sense. And it is unfortunate that you feel that the first thing that Donald Trump is going to do is put all gay men and women into internment camps. It's a ridiculous, ridiculous thing. Oh, well, he didn't do it the first time because he didn't have unfettered power. That's their new word, unfettered power. And they don't even realize that every president has had that kind of immunity up until they decided to attack Donald Trump. Joe Biden has immunity to use over-the-horizon drones to kill 10 innocent people and never be asked a question about it, because that's what happened. It's the same thing Trump has. Nothing has changed. Supreme Court just upheld it the way they upheld the way Roe v. Wade should be handled by the states.
It will never occur again, at least not as long as it's Donald Trump on the scene. But you will never have a president, I believe, that's going to be able to serve 3, go for a 4th term, inter hundreds of thousands of American citizens in the interests of national security. Remember, It was FDR, the great FDR, the guy who saved America. The war saved America. He was the person who actually violated so many of the laws that you claim that Donald Trump is going to violate. I didn't hear Trump at any point during COVID talk about putting people in camps. He just said, listen, we've got travel restrictions. You got to stay out of the country. You can't fly here. And they were, that's racist and xenophobic. Then as soon as you got into power, you started wondering, what camps can we put people in for not taking this stuff? This is very much, I'm teetering here. There's a part of me that really wants to do well for everyone because I believe that's what these policies are going to do. I can't wait to see the proposal on federal spending and the cuts that are going to happen and what it's going to do to the inflationary market. And when Elon Musk talks about we're going to have a moment where it's going to be tough, it's going to be tough for federal employees that don't have a job. Yeah, they're taking money out. But then, like I said, I'm teetering, Rhino, because then there's a part of me that goes, yeah, y'all don't really deserve any of this grace. In fact, how do I ruin certain aspects of your life? Because that's what you tried to do to me for 4 years.
Absolutely. And look, I know jobs are going to get cut, but there are other jobs that do get created in a lot of these situations. So as soon as you talk about, well, if he goes and rips apart the federal government and, takes these jobs away, it's not
$2 trillion out of here. It goes back to the private sector.
It goes back to the private sector. More jobs are created.
How is that never understood that we have a predominant amount of the job growth that has happened in government, that when you look at the numbers, like the reason why we were a plus 12,000 on our last jobs report, which is not good, that is meager, it's because we had 28,000 new government jobs. We actually lost jobs in the private sector. And every one of those government jobs, because the government doesn't create anything. It's not creating a good.
No.
It's not building cars. It's not doing anything that then filters into the private sector where you can buy it. It's sucking money out of the private sector. So when government jobs get cut, that means money goes back into the private sector for you to invest and you to have more money. And oh, by the way, to hopefully control an inflationary environment.
And it's not just jobs. We're talking also about storage centers, storage units that have pallets upon pallets of laptop computers that the government bought at an overpriced, way overpriced, left them in pallets, and now they're 2 years old and they're not going to use them, so they stay on pallets. So as they sit there and say, we're going to make sure that, the black community has this, you already paid for all these computers. Why don't you figure out how we can use those? How can we use those? That's the kind of waste. We're not going to order computers for $2,000 a computer when they're $300 computers at Walmart and then keep them and never give them out, never use them just to use taxpayer money to fill budgets. That's the kind of waste that Elon Musk is going to be brought in to look at. That's what the Trump administration is going to look at. No more $200 toilet seats. No more $2 billion on an embassy to move it to Jerusalem. We're going to do it for $500,000 and get it done because we found a building that would be able to house that. That's the kind of common sense, business-like mentality I want here in this country. Not this ridiculous spending that they do and the Democrats continue to do just to keep those government jobs open.
I want the gay community to know you are not on our radar at all. Not one bit. There's not one part of me or this show or this entirety of this radio station where we think, well, we got to deal with that gay marriage. Like, that doesn't, you know what? We got bigger fish to fry right now. That might be the biggest one you have. We're looking to deal with spending. We're looking to deal with government corruption. We're looking to deal with these overseas wars and stop money from filtering into all these places and to stop aggression around the world. Those are the things that we're concerned with. All I'm asking is while we're dealing with that, is to just stop getting on social media and acting crazy. Because that's the only thing that's going to make me want to deal with any of your stuff. I don't care about any of your stuff. It doesn't affect me one way. Not one bit, not one. It's not a goal. Now, when it comes to the women out there, it's the same concept. It is not on the radar. In fact, the way I look at it is when it comes to abortion, my name's Paul. That's between y'all. It's between you and your state. It has nothing to do with the federal government or the vote that I casted. It's strictly between you and your local legislature, and that's it. So if you want to fix that, you want to deal with it, or you want to complain about it, complain about what's going on in Nevada or Texas or wherever. It has nothing to do with me and my vote here in Georgia.
I don't respond to these people. This is a friend of mine who happens to be gay, and he is losing his mind, saying, everybody, I'm not overreacting, blah, blah, whatever. Come to me once you've lost your job just for being gay or have to move to another state because you're gay and losing all your rights.
Hold on. What First off, the man has federal protections for his sexuality. There's no losing of a job. That's just emotional jargon that's been fed to these people. That's the cult telling you, hey, this is what the cult is now saying, so we need you to go out there and say it. If you thought for yourself, if you really did, you would recognize why is a majority of gay people actually pretty chill with this stuff? Because they know if they know that it doesn't affect them.
Yeah.
If you're worried about the idea... If you're worried about the very nature of what got Roe versus Wade sent back to the States, it's because there was no American tradition that had, because that was what the founding was. There was no American tradition that included abortion.
Yep.
American tradition has included marriage, the entirety of it. Mm-hmm. So that is why there will never be a stance where somebody can get rid of gay marriage.
Here's one from my black gay friend real quick, if that's okay. I can't believe hating a black woman so much can make white people vote against their own freedoms.
It's just emotional stuff. You know what? I talk to the sane people out there. That's who I'm for. I'm on Team Sanity. Join me on Team Sanity with Rhino and Tug for the next 4 years. We're going to have a great time. You know what we're going to do? We're going to get some stuff fixed around here. All right, when we get back, celebrities? Are they really on the way out of this country? I'm getting a chance to talk about that next right here on the Morning Extra on Trump 106.3.
Isn't it funny how the Democrats always focus on the bad part of American history and they never talk about the good part of American history?
Yeah. The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, the Marketing Mad Men. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Mad Men every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
Don't miss the Atlanta Mushroom Festival, Sunday, November 17th at Park Tavern in Piedmont Park. Beginning at 12 noon and ending at 7 p.m., this dog and family-friendly event features educational speakers, live music, and over 30 mushroom-themed vendors. Early bird tickets are only $10, which directly supports the nonprofit festival. For more information, visit AtlantaMushroomFestival.com or Atlanta Mushroom Festival on all social platforms.
Could the fate of America's children be tied to the fate of our nation itself? Much like abortionists who end the lives of the unborn, the left is determined to undermine the pro-life movement. First, they target the babies. Then, they come for the rest of us. Preborn stands as a beacon of hope for the most defenseless among us, preborn babies. Every day, Preborn's network of clinics rescues an average of 200 babies while surrounding the expectant moms with God's love and offering a free ultrasound. Rescuing the miracle of life has never been more crucial as we navigate this time of moral decline in our country. Will you join Preborn in protecting the least among us? For $28, you can sponsor an ultrasound and double the chance a baby has at life. If you have the means, $140 helps rescue 5 babies, or $15,000 buys a new ultrasound machine. So donate securely. Dial pound 250, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, keyword baby, or go to preborn.com. That's preborn.com/Beck. Go there now, sponsored by Preborn.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you the legend Neil Vortz, a live and local news talk show on your ride in, and the Kimmer Show every afternoon. Be here at 3 for the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. It's Los. It's Rhino. No Tug. He is on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Trip to South Carolina for him. But we want to remind you about the 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air. Sign up for a maintenance agreement. I got one. Tug has got one. Great people to work with when it comes to taking care of your system, especially if you got an older system. You know, I'm now looking at, let's see, year 14 with mine. I got to get the maintenance on a regular basis. Every few months, they come on out to the house. Again, Central Heating and Air. Also, do want to tell you about the 2024 680 to the Fan Casino Night presented by Georgia Power. 680 to the Fan and also Extra 106.3 present the 9th annual Small Business Casino Night presented by Georgia Power. We are bringing together small and new businesses for a night of gaming and a lot of fun and big advertising and marketing payoffs, including a 13-week influencer endorsement campaign worth $50,000. We ante up November 14th at Motor Cars of Atlanta, which that's a cool place right now.
That's an amazing place.
Just walking around looking at all the amazing rides that they have. With complimentary food and drinks, Vegas-style games and prizes. We also have provided $1 million in free advertising, and everyone who participates will win. Everybody is going to win something while you're there. To get on the fun, email biz, that's B-I-Z, at 680thefan.com. That's B-I-Z, biz, at 680thefan.com. Thanks to our sponsors, Georgia Power, Harris Cherokee Casinos and Resorts, Dobbs Heating and Air, Evan Williams Bourbon, and Deep Eddy Vodka as well. That was really fun last year.
It was amazing, yeah.
And we've done it at Top Golf. We've kind of moved it around. We did one that was bowling oriented. I think the one last year was such a tremendous hit with just the Vegas style gaming.
Now, I don't need the $1 million of advertising. Can I get a car in lieu of the advertising, you think?
They had cars there.
Oh, my goodness.
There was one of them where I called my wife and said, if we sell the houses, we can buy this car. It was legitimately like a $700,000 vehicle.
Yeah.
I'd never
They had
stood.
a $2.5 million car there.
I'd never stood next to like a $2 million vehicle.
No,
it looked
was
like
weird.
a rocket ship. It looked like if I got in it, it would take me back in time.
I don't know how they don't. They must have the greatest security in the world there. It's crazy.
But then they also have like some classics. Like they had the big body Rolls Royces.
Yeah,
they had an old. They had a Bentley. They had an old Lamborghini. Like a 1980s Lamborghini that was in there, so that kind of took me back
like
to
a Miami Vice.
It was a Lamborghini Countach from like 1986.
Yep.
Like
awesome.
It looks so cool. So anyway, if you're taking part in Casino Night, we'll be on out there again November 14th. Get signed up for that next week. It's going to be a blast when we have that. Let's talk about this, Rhino. Celebrities that always go nuts. And we had heard it leading up to the election. If Donald Trump gets elected, I'm leaving the country. And we always say the same thing. Delta's ready when you are.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious because it seems like some of them have really lost their minds now. Mm-hmm. Now that some of them like older, like Bette Midler, I thought it was hilarious. She just gave everyone a sign off and FU, and then she quit Twitter.
Yeah, I started going through all the names. Obviously, Beyonce, Jennifer Lopez, Bruce Springsteen, Julia Roberts, Stephen King. You know them all. Rob Reiner. A bunch of them have all told you they're leaving. If he is voted in, we should care so much about changing our vote because I don't want Stephen King to leave. That's ridiculous.
What if he starts writing books from another country?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went around and
I tell you what, stop writing about children having sex with one another and maybe I'll stop saying, hey, maybe you're a little weird. Maybe you're a little strange.
But none of them are leaving.
No,
and I'm really sad.
But
they all make comments.
They get emotional and then they get back in the fight. And that's fine.
Yeah. Cardi B, by the way, that's one of the ones who was going to leave. She really lost her mind early, and she was actually posted a video of her on Instagram Live while the results were pretty much coming in. And I can't read all of her comments, but I can read these. I hate y'all bad. I'm sick of you. Burn your effing hats, mother effer. I'm really sad. I swear to God, I'm really sad. That was one. Cardi B, obviously, hey, this is a problem for you. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. You can leave the country then. John Cusack, he's been very outspoken, by the way.
For a long time.
Online, yeah. The fact the country would choose to destroy itself by voting in a convicted felon, rapist, and Nazi is a sign of nihilism.
Well,
to put it mildly.
He did have convicted felon, but then the rest of it is all wrong.
Yeah.
He ain't a rapist.
He's not a rapist.
He's not a Nazi.
Yeah.
But he is a felon by their standards.
By their standards.
34 misdemeanors that were elevated to felony cases. And let's face it, he's such a giant crime boss. It took him until he was 78 years old to commit this kind of crime.
Yeah.
And what happens as soon as he's elected president? Oh, these cases go away.
Yeah.
Because they were all political theater, yet they play into this. If John Cusack was serious, and I'm not talking specifically him, I'm talking about the side entirely. If you were really serious, you would have asked yourself this question. Why are you going after a man using lawfare when we've never seen this in the history of this country? Do you really think that he's the first criminal? Do you really think that he's the first person who's colored outside the lines? Because technically, he didn't.
Right.
It is a misdemeanor. It ended up being a filing issue of how you filed what this business expense was. That's the heart of it. Mm-hmm. By the way, it was only elevated to a felony, John Cusack and the rest of y'all, because they said it was used in part to create another crime. But the second crime was never cited. It's only a misdemeanor until it's used to commit a second crime, and the second crime was never cited.
Yep, and then it's going to all fall apart, including the one here in Fulton County. It's all gone. It's done. One more that I really enjoy, or two more really quick.
Yeah, go for it. I like getting the liberal tears. I'm sopping them up with my tongue.
Of them, Christina Applegate, you might remember from Married with Children.
Christina Applegate's a good one. Come on.
My child is sobbing because her rights as a woman have been taken away. Why? And if you disagree, please unfollow me. And then Ariana Grande. Now, this one's not over the top, but she wants to let you know, I am holding the hand of every person who is feeling the immeasurable heaviness of this outcome today.
Okay, fine. There are going to be people that are upset. I don't understand, and part of it because it's not in my world, and that's fine. I have daughters as well. And as I'm doing, walking out of my polling place and casting my vote, at no point did I ever think, you know what I just did? I voted to have rights taken away from my wife and my daughters. In fact, what I thought to myself was, I'm voting to make sure that the country is going to be in a better place economically and militarily, in a place where it's going to be better for my daughters as they enter into their teenage years, and then try and give them back a semblance of what the American dream was, that a large amount of Gen Z, including Joe, they haven't had the same access to it. This is what I'm trying to create for them, because whether or not they're able to have an abortion whenever they want in this state is nowhere near as important as you don't have access to the American dream.
Right, exactly. And I think it's so important because in reality, you're a minority who's saying, hey, I want to be able to have the ability to create generational wealth. So when they complain about everybody else having generational wealth, they don't want to work towards that. They want them to live off the government. I want to give one more. This is a Democrat, by the way, Adam McKay, who is the Don't Look Up. If you've ever seen that, he's the director.
He's a very funny guy.
Statement. Yeah. He said, who would have guessed, lying about Biden's cognitive health for 2 years, refusing to do an open convention for a new nominee, never mentioning public health care and embracing fracking, the Cheneys and a year-long slaughter of children in Gaza wouldn't be a winning strategy. It's time to abandon the Dem Party.
That's pretty interesting from his part.
Yeah.
There's a sanity aspect, because I was thinking about this on the drive-in. That's my second best place. It's like the bathroom, the shower, backyard, and then the drive-in to work. I realized that I could remake the Democrat Party on my own to be actually much more effective for the American people. And Adam McKay would probably think all of my ideas are pretty good.
Yeah.
The problem ultimately becomes this. There has been such an institutional craziness that the progressives have pushed into this party that now regular, normal people can no longer identify with it. And you can say, well, look how many votes we got. I'm like, yeah, listen, you get some, that's going to be part of it. You're always going to do about 60 million votes, 66 million votes. That's the way it's going to be. But that 66 million meant that you lost 312 to 222. It wasn't even close.
Not close.
It was not even close.
And
to
you
what
lost
happened.
the popular vote.
And you lost the popular vote for the first time since 2004. And you lost the Senate. You lost everything big that you could possibly lose. Maybe there should be a reevaluation of what your party currently values versus complaining about what other people voted for.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to just make it up on the fly. You need to start asking the question, what do I value as a person, and does this party give this to me? I feel like I'm in a pretty good place. FDR, Robert Kennedy Jr. does not represent how I feel about many issues. But on a handful, including when it comes to America's health, I'm like, you're the one person who's talking about this at an expert level, and I appreciate you doing it. And if this means that I give a vote to Trump so it gives energy to you and a position for you to take care of this, let's do it. That's how I feel about this stuff. I mean, we got the number one builder of EV vehicles in the world. I'm like, I don't want to drive an EV, but I like the idea of you organizing this country as a business, Elon.
Yeah.
Here comes my vote for Trump. Go do it.
I mean, the reality is some people want EVs. They're available. Some people don't want to have to be forced into an EV. They don't have to be. Is that too much to ask?
This is just deeper than saying, I only vote for what the party tells me to. I'm like, no, I'm going to vote with I think the people that best represent my interests. And that's what Adam McKay is saying. The Democrat Party no longer represents the interests of their core constituents. All right, when we get back, Kamala won some states, but they all had one thing in common. We'll talk about that next as we continue. 9 o'clock hour coming up right here on the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Do you think I can tie a drop cloth found in Atlanta 46 years ago to this week's election? Why, yes, I can. 46 years ago, the event was the opening of the Russell Federal Office Building downtown Atlanta, pretty much where Rich's used to be. Workers were cleaning up that building as it was getting ready to open, 1978. They found a painter's drop cloth, all torn, ripped, canvas with paint splattered all over it. As part of their cleanup effort, they took this drop cloth and put it in a dumpster. The next day, an artist named Sam Gilliam arrived on the scene looking for his precious artwork that was going to be installed in the lobby. He found it in a dumpster. Oh my goodness, it was the drop cloth, all torn and splattered with paint. He threw the snit fit of all snit fits, running around in circles, screaming and shouting. His drop cloth was rescued from the trash and hung in the lobby. For all I know, it's still there today. Go by and see. Let me know. But Sam Gilliam had something to say about the people of Atlanta. He was really upset that they mistook his artwork for garbage. I don't have the exact quote, but he said basically that the people of Atlanta were just not sophisticated enough to understand his art. I think they understood it all too well. Now, let's compare this to the election this week. What are the Democrats saying about the victory of Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? How? Why did that happen? Well, it's easy. It's because the voters just aren't sophisticated enough to really understand the wonderful nuances and talents of Kamala Harris. To the voters, she was a torn drop cloth. To the left, an absolute work of art. Funny how things work out. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
He's getting ready to take over. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President-elect Trump already working on who to put in his next administration. His son, Donald Trump Jr., tells Fox they want
the people who don't think that they know better than the duly elected president of the United States. I want to make sure that those people are in his cabinet.
Fox's Bill Malugin in West Palm Beach, Florida, quotes the Trump transition team.
In the days and weeks ahead, President Trump will be selecting personnel to serve our nation under his leadership and enact policies that make the life of Americans affordable, safe, and secure.
A senator reported to be under consideration for perhaps Defense Secretary Tom Cotton says he would not take a cabinet position, instead wanting a leadership role in the Senate as Republicans take the majority in the next Congress. They have 52 seats so far and lead in another race in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile,
control of the House is still up for grabs. 40 House races have yet to be called. Right now, Republicans are leading with 205 seats, including one gained. Democrats are trailing with 190 seats, but House Speaker Mike Johnson is confident the GOP will maintain its majority.
That's Fox's Brooke Singman. In 2 hours, President Biden will address the nation from the White House. After calling to congratulate President-elect Trump and promising to work out a smooth transition, Vice President Harris also vowed to help with that in her concession speech at Howard University.
On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while.
A fast-spreading wildfire is burning out of control in Southern California, prompting evacuation orders for thousands of people. Ventura County Fire Chief Dustin Gardner warned them.
These aren't one of those fires where you can wait and predict and maybe stay home. Your homes can be replaced. Your lives can't leave.
Dozens of homes have burned down. Thousands more are threatened. An American is under arrest in Germany, accused of spying for China. The prosecutor says the suspect had until recently worked for the U.S. military. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, I'm a gun guy, Second Amendment guy, and I want to tell you about a family-owned company that I just love. It's Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they make more than 200 models of rifles, shotguns, revolvers right here in America. The quality's so good, they have a lifetime guarantee. The craftsmanship and smooth action, they are top-notch. I speak from experience. Every Henry I own, accurate right out of the box. They've all been reliable ever since. The best way to learn about Henry, get their free catalog. They'll send you free decals and a list of dealers where you are and a great newsletter. Just go to henryusa.com. That's one word, henryusa.com. Click on the free catalog button. It's in the upper right-hand corner. And they even donate to our military and veterans and law enforcement and first responders, children's hospitals, families with sick kids. They do it all. And also Guns for Great Causes programs. Anyway, go to henryusa.com, get your free catalog, free decals, and a list of dealers where you are, henryusa.com.
Start your day with live and local conservative talk with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra. Extra 106.3. It's Los. It's Rhino. No Tug. He'll be back on Monday. Vacation to South Carolina. It's amazing what my friends will teach me from time to time. Like, I always joke around about having ideas more than beliefs. Beliefs are things that are really hard to alter, and ideas are things where you will go, oh, I didn't know about that. That kind of changes my mind on stuff. I thought J.D. Vance, when he was on Rogan, was really interested in some ideas about how do we improve veterans' care. You know, what else can we give them access to that helps them move from the battlefield back into, the real regular world that we have to deal with. But I didn't know anything about 4B until Rhino brought this to my attention. And you're right. Originated in South Korea in 2019. Mm-hmm. The 4 No's. So,
4 No's.
So I was not aware of this move. I saw tweets. I saw videos. And I needed Rhino, who told me a little bit about it last night. But I made it a point. I was like, I don't want to ask him about it. I'm going to wait till 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I'm going to receive my information. I'm going to let my man teach me about what I needed to know. And now I'm going to spend all day on this.
So much fun.
You've lit that fire of how many 4Bs can I find out? What are they pointing out? Are they really just the female version of incels? Like, oh, I'm involuntarily celibate. Well, okay, baby girl, then you cut your hair off. You were already celibate anyway. Nobody was chasing you around.
Now, look, there are some of them that I'm like, all right, yeah, she's pretty girl, whatever.
Right.
There's some of them I'll go, you don't need to cut your hair if you don't want to.
It's funny.
You're not worried. Don't worry about it.
It's just funny what you learn on this show from time to time. And if you're a regular listener, thank you. If you're a new listener, thank you as well. By the way, you're always welcome to join the show. 404-741-1230. Hopefully you're having a good time with this. So, Kamala Harris, when you look at the states that she won, that she was able to win outright, they had something in common. And I thought this really pointed out when you hear the Democrats complain about how voter ID is racist. Remember, that's always their point.
Right.
Or people can't get ID in rural communities. It's horrible to ask them for it. Do you realize that the states she won, when you go through them, every single one of them had no ID required to vote. Didn't have. Now, there's a difference. There's some that require photo ID. Like Georgia, you require photo ID. There are some that give you a loose version of ID. For instance, if you have a student ID, you can vote in some states with a student ID. Then you have states that require no picture ID.
Yeah.
And those were the ones that she actually won. If you go to with the exception of Nevada, Nevada doesn't require anything as well. Pennsylvania requires nothing. But the ones that she won all had that in common of no photo ID required, Rhino.
So make this make sense to me because, she lost by 18 million votes compared to what they did. Or let's say she lost 18 million votes, almost 20 million, really, votes from 2020 that Biden had. And so if she was a better candidate, where did they go? You got two options here. Either states like Georgia, who was a blue state, required more IDs, more rules in order to vote and made sure that they're more protected. At the same time, Georgia had record turnout. So every lie that Stacey Abrams has told is now just kind of out in the open that these are all lies.
5.1 million voters, by the way, in Georgia. That's a record.
Exactly. So more voters in Georgia and less problems, and it went red, not blue. That should tell you something. I'll let you use your own mind. But at the same time, either the 20 million votes that she got weren't really votes that she got because there were states that protected elections or people didn't care about her. And the only votes she really got were in states that didn't require any kind of rules. This was a landslide for a reason.
If we're talking 66 million voters for her,
yeah,
I'm not going to come on the air and tell you that, 66 million of them weren't supposed to be voting. They didn't have ID.
No, not at all.
They're just ridiculous. Not required to show it in those states. And by the way, those states, California, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, again, she lost there. New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Pennsylvania, she lost there, and Vermont along with D.C. So the 12 she can claim. Again, not saying that they all didn't have ID, but those were states where we now know from a legal perspective, it's easier to cheat when you don't have to show photo ID of any kind in those states.
Yeah, and look, most of those states are going to deal with whatever laws and rules that they passed, and that's the great part about it. Some of those states also, including New York, passed, less restrictions on abortion. There you go. This is the whole reason this country was set up, and this is the reason. If Democrats can learn any lesson, you fell into this whole lie and trap, and anybody who listened to Kamala Harris and the Democrats, we're not a democracy. Do you understand this now? If we were a democracy, guess what? Trump still wins because he still wins the popular vote. The Electoral College is there for a lot of reasons. If you don't understand it, go figure it out on your own, but you can figure this out. The reality of what's happening here is there's no threat to democracy. We're a republic, and this election has proven that more than anything else to me.
I want people to think about this. If you just look at the states of Florida, Texas, Ohio, understand that those states were, at one point, you had Ohio and Florida. It's like, well, those are battleground states. And, hey, I was told by the other side, Kamala Harris can win Texas. Okay, wasn't even close.
Yep.
Understand that the state of New York ended up turning out closer than Ohio, Florida, or Texas.
Yeah.
New York is slowly 44%. Coming back into, it's getting closer to, that is more of a battleground state than Florida or Ohio ever was at this point.
Yeah.
That's the changing demographic of what's going on.
But I think a lot of people started to, because A lot of New Yorkers are like me. I left for a personal reason and a reason that I didn't like because the Democrats were putting in these rules that seemed so, over the top to me. That I had to pay to go to the park. I had to pay to go to the beach. I couldn't just drive up to the beach. If I had a park, that's one thing. But to get into the beach, I had to pay an extreme amount of money. And yet they told me I can't have a 64-ounce soda because they want me to be healthy. So in my mind, it was, well, you won't let me work out for free, and now you won't let me get fat either. Like, which is it? But when it was Maine, I'm not saying I would never move to a blue state, but Maine to me, someone who likes to own their property, and I might want to move some rocks on my property and build a rock wall. I might want to move some dirt. Maine doesn't allow me to do that. I want freedom to be able to do what I want with my property. I don't live in upstate New York because I don't want to pay the amount of taxes that I've paid to see my roads be destroyed and the infrastructure not working. These are reasons I think.
These are things that people in New York are making these decisions based off of jumping and running into, like, they're having to jump through these hoops and run into these situations, and they decide, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Again, we'll always take your phone calls, 404-741-1230. Let's go on out to the phones. David, you're up on the Morning Extra. How you doing this morning, David?
I'm doing good.
Good.
What would you like to get into, David?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to let you know that I was so thankful that President Trump won the election. And the night of the election, it was laying heavy on my wife and my mind. And we said a prayer. And we know that Donald Trump is here for a reason, or that bullet would have taken him out. Mm-hmm. Because, honestly, the man is strong. He is a fighter. And he will make America great again. But we got to turn back to what made America great to begin with, which is God, country, and holding God up and revering God. Because if we had got Harris, we would have had the worst 4 years of our lives.
David, thank you for the call. David. And let me tell you, this is where I talk about the Democrat Party has moved away because of the progressives. The amount of people they were mocking when it came to religion, organized religion, and you saw the numbers where the large part of the Democrat Party identified as they do not go to church. Now, whatever, people get busy, okay? Sure. Like my wife and I are not regular churchgoers. Like, it's holidays and it's special occasions, whatever. We're not an every Sunday family because we're always somewhere. But I do believe that when it comes to my free will, that's given to me by my Creator, and that should not be violated. And that is the basis of how we built this country, was that every man is owned individual rights based on his religion, based on his creation. And so if you have that belief system, it makes it much easier to understand how this country is supposed to be functioning, and that tyranny is never part of what's supposed to be in this country. And so when you see it, you attack it.
Yeah, look. I with you, along with you. I don't attend church as much as I probably should. I don't go to temple as much as I should. My mother and father will tell you that.
She lets you know all the time.
Yeah. But the difference between, and my religion is a little bit different than what other people think, and I don't really get into it too much. But I believe in the Creator. I believe in a Creator, and I believe that I'm here because this earth has me here, and I believe that this earth is part of God, and I have come from this earth, and I will go back to this earth at one point, and I'll be here forever. Now, the reality is, I don't ever go to somebody else who doesn't believe in that and try to push that on them. I don't ever go and say, hey, your opinion's wrong. I don't care what you believe. Take away your belief. What I'm saying is more important. I'm going to destroy Christianity, Judaism, and everything else. That's the left who tries to separate all that. The reason being is because God introduces us to morality, and a lot of morality, and the fear of God is so important in my life to know I'm going to do what's right because, well, if I do get into and there is a heaven, I want to be there. I want to be there with my family, and I want to make sure that I do things that are right, not to hurt people. But I'm not going to tear you apart because you don't believe it.
But heaven is not an aspect of the founding of this country. The founding of this country, and this is what David is telling you about, and this is what David gets mocked for by the opposite side. I'm not asking you to have faith in the way I do, or the way David does, or the way Rhino does. That's not what we're asking. What I'm saying is, if you can acknowledge that this country was founded on Judeo-Christian ethics, which believe that every individual is special, and that freedom and their rights don't come from the state. They don't come from just high on government. They come from God, no matter who you identify as God. That is where your rights come from to live the life and have the free will. And that any violation of that is tyrannical and it is attack on a basis of religion. And so when you see these groups that start saying like, well, we got to get God out of this. It's like, no, it was never supposed to be out of this. We're not ever supposed to have a formal church. We're not supposed to have an official church of this country, but we are supposed to acknowledge that our rights come from God, and that's why they can't be violated.
Absolutely. And I am willing to understand the mistakes that are made, but I believe in the morality of what we are taught and what should be done. Thou shalt not kill. Pretty good one for me. Really good one for me. I kind of agree with that one. These are certain things. I'll never, if you don't, but I do believe that God loves every single human being. I don't care who you love. It doesn't bother me. I do care when you come into my house or you come to my child and try to push upon them what you believe. That's my line. I believe that if you want to be gay, God gives you the right to be human and do whatever you want. But in reality, it's okay that we separated the country the way it was founded. I'm all for it. And I'm all for everyone enjoying their lives and being able to do whatever they want to do. But the consequences are still there.
This is the most that David will ever be mentioned on this radio program in one segment. Because I'm bringing it up again because I like that. And here's the deal.
God bless David.
Yes, there you go. David is understanding, and just as I'm going to point out to you, if we acknowledge, and I don't care if you want to say, well, it's God's love. It's this. Like, no, the idea is very simply that your rights were given to you by, in our Judeo-Christian society, by God. And that any violation that starts to attack a man's free will, it's not your right to do it. Okay? So when he talks about returning to that aspect of society, he's talking about making sure that if you are attacking someone's free will in whatever way it is, you're not being the best version of yourself. And if you're using government to do it, that's not the best version of yourself. The idea of what was going on with Trump of being attacked in this lawfare way for stuff that they were pretty much making up as they went, that was swaying away from the founding of this country. This is not about telling you that if you don't believe what everybody else believes, you're a bad person. If you're not a Christian or a Catholic, or if you don't believe this, you're a bad person. It's like, no, we're asking you to acknowledge that this is the founding of this country, and that any violation of a man or a woman's right, that's going to be an issue. Yeah. And so that's what we're going to. And so I know that the other side will be like, well, I have a right to an abortion. I'm like, yeah, in certain places. Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, and New York.
Go, by all means, you have rights to this stuff. But I do think that when you start looking at things that go on around the world, by no means are we perfect, but the cool part about America is you can always fix it.
Yeah.
It can always be fixed depending on how society moves and society changes. That's how it was designed. That's how everything was built.
Yeah, and you would hope, and I think this shows it. And right now, Donald Trump and the Republicans have the option to actually do things. You know, and I've been talking to a friend and a Democrat who's like, hey, as long as they get things done, and that's the important part. You have 2 years to prove that the one thing you want to do is make this country more prosperous for the people that live here, that you want to protect the American citizens by closing our borders and not allowing outside influence, that you are going to get energy back to where it needs to be, and everybody in this country will have a better opportunity to do what they want with their rights and their life. If you can't get that done in 2 years, I'll tell you, I'll be the first person to say, you had the House, you had the Senate, you had the presidency, you promised energy, you promised peace, you promised us that there would be more manufacturing here in the United States and more jobs were created. You had the purse strings. Why is it not done? I will vote you out.
95% of what this future administration should be involved in are economic issues, finance issues, spending issues. If you're involved in social issues, I'm going to have a problem outside of one. Outside of one. I don't want men and women's sports.
That's it.
And that's it. I'm not looking to change anything else about that. But if you're a biological male, you can't participate in women's sports. You can't take away opportunities for women. You have to respect Title IX as it was created.
And you can't go in the locker room.
That's fine. I was like, I don't want you as part of any of this stuff. As much as they've made it trivial, like, what do you mean you can't use a female's restroom? You know what? Sometimes women get to have a space that's just for them.
Yeah.
And even
a
if
safe
you
space, let's call
even
it.
if you identify yourself as a woman, I'm sorry. That's cool. I will call you what you want to be called. You want to be Deborah, you're Deborah. You're Deborah all day. Let's go have a beer, Deborah. But when you get up to go use the restroom, you got to go use the men's room. All right? That's just how it's going to be. That space is for biological women. I'm not thinking I'm asking for a whole lot. But again, 95% should be economic issues.
Yeah.
5% social issues, and it should be a tiny social issue at that.
Okay, there is one exception. When there's a single bathroom and it's a lock, open the door and go in, and I'm at Ingles, and the guy is in the men's room, and he's just blowing it up, and I can't get in, and I really got to pee. I want to be able to use the women's restroom real quick. I'm going to keep it clean and get out.
You can't.
But there's no other women allowed in. It's just me.
I'm just saying you can't.
No.
These are the rules. There's
I
a
broke
trade-off
the rule
here.
the other day then at Ingles.
We're trying to create a social standard that we can all say, yeah, that's fine. Because me telling you that you cannot participate in women's sports, even though I was born a woman. I've just been wrong body, all that sort of stuff. I'm sorry, but you went through puberty as a man before you got into this. And that we saw that with that one fighter at the Olympics, had the news break this week. Micro penis, testicles, went through everything as a biological male.
For that.
Yeah, he really had a problem with the term micro penis.
Micro penis.
That's what that he was a man. He was just a deformed man. He was a deformed man who got to fight women and got a gold medal out of it. All right, when we get back, one prominent publication is going after minorities. Who didn't see this coming? It's Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
Voters across the nation spoke out and declared prominently that it's time for a change. It's time to move on from the current administration and work hard to strengthen America again.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly.
Count on the conservative voice of Atlanta, Xtra 106.3, to bring you the latest updates, unrivaled national and local coverage of the transfer of power and everything that needs to happen next. Proud to be your voice and proud to bring sanity back to the White House. Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Toro and where do you get the Toro series, especially the new Toro Dingo series. Well, that's over at Howard Brothers. Have you even heard of the Toro Dingo series? Okay, it's built to handle the toughest jobs that are out there. So, as we get past this time period where, I think I did my last cut on the yard, but listen, there's always going to be stuff that comes up. Maybe you're looking to dig a trench. That happens to Rhino when he's on his property. Maybe you're looking to move heavy loads, or hey, now that the foliage is kind of going down, maybe you're looking to clear a field entirely. Toro has got you covered. Toro's Dingo equipment will help you get the job done right with their powerful attachments and compact designs that will be on your side. You can find Toro's Dingo lineup at your local Howard Brothers. Those people know everything about this stuff. If you've ever been into a Howard Brothers, you know, very helpful. And when you ask the staff, tell me about this piece of equipment, they're going to be able to tell you how to work it, but then also how to maintain it. That's awesome. That is the partner that you're looking for when it comes to finding the right equipment for you. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Toro and Howard Brothers.
Hey, Roswell. Looking for the perfect bite this football season? Head on over to Nucky's Hoagie's Roswell Corners, where every sandwich is crafted with love by us.
The Sub Sisters,
Stacy
and Shannon. Whether you're looking to cater a football tailgate party or grabbing lunch to go or dining in, we've got delicious Nucky's menu items for you. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagies, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, with the freshest ingredients that'll make your taste buds dance.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell Corners on Woodstock Road your new favorite sandwich spot.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Bronies, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
The end of the year is closing in, and with it, another tax year comes to an end. As you prepare to file your taxes, consider the efficiency of your tax strategy. Have you maximized your IRA and Roth contributions? Do you have an RMD strategy in place? Are you making moves now to maximize your future tax-free income? Not only is the year-end fast approaching, but the 2017 tax cuts sunset at the end of 2025, placing many Americans in a higher tax bracket. Don't just report your taxes, plan for them. Contact Master Plan Retirement Consultants now to create a retirement plan specifically designed for you. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation where we can illustrate your retirement outlook and create a plan together for your future. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, November 7th. 150 passengers and 6 crew members were on board a Delta flight traveling from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. when the flight was diverted to an airport in Raleigh, North Carolina after a strange odor was reported in the flight deck. The flight landed safely in Raleigh and the passengers were placed on a new flight. The cause of the mysterious odor is still under investigation. A man in Fayetteville shot at another driver he believed was following him. The injured driver, who had been shot, called police while seeking treatment for the gunshot wound. He told police that he was shot by an irrational driver. The shooter, 25-year-old Joshua Carabine, surrendered and was charged with aggravated assault, battery, and possession of a firearm during a crime. And in sports, Atlanta Hawk and number 1 pick Zachary Riache scored 33 points and had 7 rebounds as the Hawks defeated the New York Knicks 121-116 last night at State Farm Arena. Trae Young added 23 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds in the win. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Trump 106.3.
9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. You always hear Tug talking about it. If only he had somebody working on the interior of his home that can do the work that Southern Exteriors is able to take care of when it comes to your home. That is what they're known for. You can always check them out. Southern Exteriors, co.co when you want to check them out and the work that they're able to do. Hey, especially this time of year, you're starting to get all the leaves fall. Maybe you need some gutter work done. Maybe you need the really cool gutter guards. They can handle that for you. Coming up in a matter of minutes, the left is going to have to figure out some of their problems. We'll talk about that as we come up. But one big publication, Rhino, has decided they're going to fight back. They're going after the people responsible for this loss.
Oh, God. USA Today is one of those places that you're just like, what happened to you? I used to love USA Today. I used to think they had the best sports sections, too.
Oh, definitely.
And I was like,
USA Today, Baseball America, it was so great.
Yeah, now they've gone off the deep end. They've gone off the deep end. And you're going to see this the entire time. The same people, okay? And remember that we went through a year where there were protests that kept Jewish students away from even going to class, and that was fine. This is the same party that said black people don't even know what a computer is. That was Kathy Hochul. Or thought that black men wanted marijuana to be legalized as the most important issue. This is the same party that said half the women in this country are dumb and weak. And USA Today believes that the only reason Kamala lost was because of minorities that went to and believed in white supremacy.
All right, let's start right here.
I knew you'd love this one.
Because clearly what I espouse is not white supremacy so much as this is in the interest of me and my community, my family, and my friends. That's what I espouse. That's what I talk about. What they are downplaying is that the minority communities, especially those that live in urban areas, that we're seeing the influx, and some of them even in small areas, like Springfield, Ohio was one of the places we talked about. We talked about another area in Pennsylvania where they were having thousands of people that were dropped into their community. It was affecting their schools and their health care because they didn't have enough facilities to be able to support all of these people. If that was a motivating factor to getting them to the polls, then that was your fault. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't Trump's fault. That was your administration's fault for having opened up the border and created a scenario in which 40% of Hispanic Americans and 20% of black men in this country decided we are voting against all of this.
Yeah, and this person, this is an opinion piece in the USA Today. Rex Hupke is the gentleman's name. He's one of the, white apologists, white guilt. This is what he suffers from. This is you know who this is.
Yeah.
He said, spare me the wails of this isn't who we are. I've got bad news for you. Even the decent among us, this is exactly who we are. A racist society. We're a country, here we go, that supports the mass deportation of immigrants.
First off,
immigrants.
These are illegals.
Yep.
These are not immigrants. These are not people that have legal status within our country. You know who was the biggest people that were in charge of that? We talked about it yesterday. When you saw this area of Texas that had not voted Democrat since the 1800s, 1898, I believe to be exact, it went for the Republicans. Why? Because they are legal American citizens and Hispanics that do not like illegal immigration. That will never be understood by those. They will continue to try and use the shield of, well, it's racism.
Yeah.
It's not racism when you're talking. Now what they're doing is they're applying racism to minorities who previously they told me couldn't be racist.
So if a white man breaks the law and has to go to jail, do we cry when he's taken from his family for breaking the law?
No.
No, that's weird. It's racism, though?
It's
racism.
I will say this. If Tug says that, then it's racist.
Okay.
If I say that, now that's changing. Now it's becoming racist.
Okay.
If you say that from your Jewish status, well, clearly it's racist.
Sure.
So what we need to do is we need to kind of combine into Super Friends. We need to find one other person we can have that can host the show where we can find a young black man or woman so that when they say it, the liberal media will look at him for a second and go, I want to call it racist. I want to call it racist, but I don't know if I can call it racist because if I call it racist, maybe I'm racist.
Well, you could be the black face of white supremacy at that point.
Oh, no? I heard that was a term.
That's an okay.
Yeah,
that's
it's the black face of white supremacy. Was that Tim Scott? That was a handful of you're the black face of white supremacy. Oh, okay, that sounds pretty crazy. But notice, because of the voting patterns and who voted against them in large amounts, and we told you these people have decided they do not feel represented by you. You immediately turn on them. We said it for weeks that the first things they would do is go after blacks and Hispanics and that they would use the same sort of stuff that they do against everybody else by calling them racist when for the better part of 20 years they've told me that these groups can't be racist.
Yeah, and I'm going to read some of the other, these are quick opinions that he throws in here, and I want you to hear how delusional he is. When families are torn apart and thrown into detention camps, it's what the voting public racism has approved. When an
wait. Can I address the first one?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're going to do this for a few of them. When an unhinged and unqualified billionaire like Elon Musk is put in charge of slashing the federal government, that will be what America chose.
I will not say unhinged or anything else, but yes, correct. That's exactly what I chose. Yes. Sign me up twice on Sunday. Yes, that's exactly why I got excited about this group.
Okay, here's another good one for you. When the Department of Education is abolished and our education...
Yes. We had Angela Morabito on, and she worked for Betsy DeVos, and she was in the communications department. She worked for the Department of Education, and I don't know if there's someone who's more fervent about it being completely broken and needing to be taken away from the federal government than a woman who worked for it. She's like, you don't need this.
Yeah. This is a columnist, by the way. This is somebody who is responsible for giving you information that's truthful, and this is not. When the Department of Education is abolished, he goes on to say, and our education system fails. Our education system is failing. Before the Department of Education, number 1 in the world. Now we're down to 24 because we've allowed these left-wing ideologues, because he says they could fall into the right-wing ideologues and religious zealots in schools. The reality is, ever since you came in and started putting your religious ideas, because religion can be broken down into so many different ways, I believe that left-wing religion is a mass COVID and very weird things. Now, I don't think religion is a problem in our schools at all. I think that shows morality and goodness, and that's okay with me. And I think everybody should be able to do that. But at the same time, we're failing now in our education system. We're not getting better. We're 24th in the world compared to number 1 before the Department of Education was actually established.
Yeah, we can go back to, if you just want to do it by year basis, you can go back to the establishment of that department in the late 70s and to watch the quality of education levels drop. Now, part of that, and the part that they never want to bring up, is that this is not one size fits all. The federal government has always tried to give you one size fits all. What the educators and the local people have always said is that depending on, part of it's what the resources are, part of it's the level of education of the parents, part of it is just the community. Some students require a different level of education and a different focus. And because you can't get that with the federal government, that's why we've been failing. That's why we've been failing at this number for years, where we go from number 1 in the world to 24th in the world.
Yeah. He wraps this up, by the way, with his personal he thinks this is truth. The stakes of this election could not have been more clear and could not have been broadcast any louder. Vice President Kamala Harris ran a smart campaign, or as smart a campaign as I've ever seen. She reached across the aisle and offered a big tent for people to seek shelter.
You mean she went and got a warmonger? that was the reaching across the aisle, was to go to the Cheneys? Are you kidding?
Well, all of them are. Look at John Kelly. He was a military-industrial complex guy. Both Cheneys and Adam Kinzinger, they're all related to the military in one way or another. No. Then he goes on to say she was qualified as a former prosecutor, a former U.S. senator, and a vice president in ways Trump could never imagine. Trump was president, you moron.
Trump was president. These
people are delusional.
Again,
man.
The body's on the ground. The autopsy is happening. All right? Okay, it's on the slab, and now we've got to talk about how this played out. If you don't identify the cause of death for this campaign, you'll never be able to fix it. And I'm fine with that, I think. It doesn't bother me, the fact that you can't figure it out. But you had a person who was bad at retail politics. All right, there's a reason why every single one of her speeches was exactly the same in timing, in fervor, in hand movements, and with social media. We were able to show pretty easily that this was somebody who was very phony. There was not a whole lot of authenticity. So what is your next thing? That she tried not to talk to the media for the better part of 2 months, and then when she decided to, she failed, and that's that's somehow racist for people to notice?
It is.
What is his point? Is it because we're a bad country? Because it always goes back to the same thing.
Yeah.
When they lose, it's because we're misogynistic, we're racist, we're mean, we're a horrible society. And when they win, it's because we've cleaned all that up out of society. We're great now.
Tell me one promise, and I would ask Rex this. Tell me one promise that Donald Trump made to Hispanic people, to black people, to what panders did he give to bring them over to not vote for her? Because that didn't happen.
No, he said all people.
All people. He didn't break it down into categories. He could go, hey, black people, I'm going to make sure marijuana's legal so you'll be happy. Hey, black people, I'm going to give you $25,000. I'm going to give you $500,000 for a new home. I'm going to do this. Hispanic people, this is what we're going to do. He didn't say anything like that. These people made a choice, saw two options, said this one's lying about what they're going to do for us. He's not promising me anything, but I do believe in the promise that he will make America great again. That's why they moved over. He didn't lure them over. He didn't buy them out. He didn't give them a concert to come to. He just said, these are the issues that are facing America. If you agree with them, come to us. And they did. And these people call him racist. And they say blacks and Hispanics who went to vote for him are racist. And every single mind midget like this man and every other white liberal that pretends that they care about that community, you're a joke.
Is it a problem that I happen to remember that when Donald Trump was talking about his economic policy and his level of job creation, he talked about black jobs, and immediately it was, what do you mean black jobs? I don't have a black job. You have a... It's like, that is a statistic within the Bureau of Labor that tells you, here's the amount of African Americans, men and women who have jobs. Here are the black jobs in the country. Here are the Hispanic jobs. Here are the white jobs. It doesn't mean that that's a particular job. Like suddenly being black is your job. But that was their attacks because, as he's pointing out, look at all the good I did for every single segment of society, including this one that I'm told that I've got some sort of problem with. And they attacked him for it because they didn't have an answer to it.
But who was the one who came up with this? Hey, we got to divide this and figure out why is there such a disparity in the black community in this job or that. Democrats have so divided these into these different racial groups because they knew they could pander. You have to divide a large organization. That's why they do it to the church and Christianity and Catholicism. They divide religion because they know it's too strong to beat on its own. They start to divide you into different groups and they say, hey, let's look at the black community statistics here. They created black jobs. They created black journalists. They create black this, black that, the other. Donald Trump's only response was, wait, hold on. If you're saying black jobs are down because of me, no, black jobs are down because of this reason and an open border where more people are coming in and taking those jobs that you categorized as black jobs.
If the 15 million jobs created was legitimate, and we've given you the reasons why it never was, it was 5 million, and you had a large amount that were actually just, you were allowed to go back to your job because of COVID, then the finishing kick to this entire election cycle was, last month there were 12,000 jobs created, and last month there was 56,000 illegal immigrants that came into this country. That was it. So their job numbers never made any sense. Their arguments for what they could do for the country were always going to be subpar with what a lot of Americans, including the majority with the popular vote, were expecting. That's the body on the table. That's what it looks like. That is the cause of death. All right, when we get back, some fun audio of a man asking his neighbor if she needs any help taking down her Harrison wall signs. And, and also...
Oh, that'd be fun to do.
Jimmy Kimmel.
I heard him.
He was hurting. It was a sad day for Jimmy Kimmel. Me? Man, give me them liberal tears. Put them in a cup.
Oh, man.
And drink them up, baby. All right, we'll talk about that next.
Project 2025 book around.
That's right. Here's my Bible. That's another. Matt Walsh actually was talking about that. Now you got us. It turns out we want to do all this stuff.
I saw that.
Playing into their insanity. All right, that's coming up next right here on the Morning Xtra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Our national news media, most local news media, they are not objective reporters of the truth. They have an agenda. The agenda is overwhelmingly left-wing. The agenda is overwhelmingly Democrat. The anchors, the reporters, the producers, the columnists, they all want Kamala Harris to win. They despise Donald Trump. They want him to go away. And they are not going to report anything that could damage the Democrat message or could make people, voters, actually curious about some of the things they hear.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth if they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
As the longest continually operating franchise in Major League Baseball, the Atlanta Braves have plenty of history to share with fans. Tours of Truist Park are offered year-round, and take guests behind the scenes to areas normally off limits during games. With artifacts and exhibits distributed throughout the ballpark, it's a definite must for any Braves or baseball fan. Visit Braves.com/tours to purchase your tickets today. And did you know that along with exclusive tours around the ballpark, you can also host a private event at Truist Park? Corporate meetings, trade shows, team building events, holiday parties, rehearsal dinners, you name it. Truist Park can host it. Their dedicated staff is sure to bring your vision to life. Whether you're looking for a large space or something more intimate for your next event, there's a venue to accommodate your needs. Visit Braves.com/events to see more details. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com. What if I told you that you could get the engagement ring and wedding bands of your dreams in up to 10 grand in your hand? Jaron Solomon here from Solomon Brothers Jewelers to announce our incredible Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 Solomon Brothers locations. During this event, we will be offering up to $10,000 cash back on your Takori engagement ring and wedding bands, or 3 years interest-free financing. Your choice. Takori will be bringing all new, never-before-seen, handcrafted pieces that you are sure to love. And we're not stopping there. For the first time ever, Solomon Brothers will be including GIA-certified diamonds during this promotion. So put some diamonds on your fingers and up to 10 grand in your hand during our Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 locations, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. Shop us online at SolomonBrothers.com and on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with all 4 Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
We're all back to busy schedules this time of year, school, work, everything else that's coming up. Hey, the holidays are around the corner. Don't let car trouble add to the stress of your day. Before you start putting all of those miles on your car, CarShield, America's most trusted vehicle protection company, wants you to consider one of their plans. Now, they provide plans for owners of new cars, high mileage vehicles, or vehicles with expired manufacturing warranties. A broken AC unit can cost you up to $3 grand. A broken water pump, $1,400. Are you prepared to pay out of pocket for repairs in this economy? CarShield doesn't just offer affordable repairs, they also provide jobs for 1,300 Americans. And they're here 24/7, keeping you safe on the road. Call CarShield today. Get your free quote and 20% off at 800-227-6100. As we head into the holiday season, save yourself from major repairs. Get a free quote and save 20% now at carshield.com/Beck. 800-227-6100. 800-227-6100. carshield.com/Beck. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Get connected to Extra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Extra shows in crystal clear digital on the Extra 106.3 app.
Welcome back. It is the Morning Extra. Los, Rhino, Joe Virgin River, the captain. No Tug. He'll be back on Monday. You'll get another Tug-free show for those of you that like to partake in Tug-free shows tomorrow. He'll be over in South Carolina. But let's face it, the Tug-free show, it lacks that little something extra that we do, which is when you create a weird scenario and then you put Tug in it, it makes it that much better. Because Tug is like the nicest dude in the building. He's the most straight-laced guy. So whenever you create a scenario where you say, all right, so let's say you're a Tug coward and you divorced your wife because you wanted to sleep with like 10 people. Tug, like immediately, like the look on his face of like, why'd you pick me? Like, why would you say me?
Yeah, or you use like medical terms like penis.
Yes, or micro penis is the one he wasn't freaking out, but he just had this look on his face of like, why you got to say that again?
Yeah.
You can't just say it once?
Yeah.
Or you got to say it again?
Vagina.
Oh my God. So those were the things that we started with the cocaine stuff.
Yeah, that was fun.
Because he loves cocaine. Mm-hmm. But then we move forward from there. So yes, you'll get Cocaine Tug back on Monday.
He calls it stripper salt.
That's right. He's like, give me that booger sugar. That'll be back on Monday, and we'll continue this celebration. In the meantime, though, and I know you're going to miss us until tomorrow. By the way, the 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Visit them, southernexteriors.co. Tomorrow, we'll be out at our golf tournament with the Warrior Alliance for our Veterans Day golf tournament. Second annual. It's going to be a ton of fun. Can't wait to see y'all out there. And we'll be able to get a chance to talk about some of this electoral stuff, including if you've run into any crazy friends that are having a hard time with this. Because this first piece of audio is a gentleman who is sitting on he's basically just out on in front of his house. He's just standing there on the porch, and he's having a cup of coffee. And you can hear him basically talking to his neighbor who is reportedly removing her Harris wall sign. And I get they might have some history. There's something going on here, but he decides to kind of give her the, hey, how's your day going? Listen to this woman lose her mind.
Hope your day gets better. Positive energy.
Hope your day gets better.
It's so mean, but so funny.
Reload that. That is so wonderful. Just listen to him in deadpan monotone, kind of give you the like. And I didn't do this to my wife because she flew it.
How would she react? Like, see, your wife's not going to start yelling.
But she's not emotional about like she. And I'm telling you, she is more representative of the general Democrat, which is. We lost. It sucks. All right, what's going to happen from here? And she's not going to post anything on Facebook. She's not going to say that the world's coming to an end or I'm all that upset or I'm all that sad. In fact, she probably did it thinking to herself, all right, I know that the economy was better under Donald Trump, but I'm supposed to do this because I'm supposed to be a good liberal. She'll find out in the next 4 years that actually her party's left her and that she needs to start voting this way. She'll vote for J.D. Vance. Like, she'll get into that. But listen to this woman who's the direct opposite of monotone, joking around with this woman. Hey, hope you have a good day. Take a listen to what she does.
Hope your day gets better. Positive energy.
Wow.
So there's a male version
She's
of this.
not married, is she?
Oh, I can't imagine, but you never know. It's all speculative. So what is not speculative is Jimmy Kimmel, the late night host. The one,
Did he cry too?
So he's the one who told me that when I was unwilling to go get the government vaccine, that when I'm in the hospital, that sorry, Wheezy, that you just have to die. Well, of course, we are talking about an issue that had a 0.07% rate of death. You had the Democrats that thought that I get COVID 60% of the time I go to the hospital. That's what their polling said. Couldn't have been more wrong. But they treated it like it was the biggest, craziest thing in the world. By the way, we funded it. It was created. Maybe we'll get some vengeance out of this at some point. But take a listen to Jimmy Kimmel, who he didn't have any sadness for anybody dying of COVID when it came to our side. He only had sadness for his side when they lost.
Let's be honest, it was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go. For healthcare, for our climate, for science, for journalism, for justice, for free speech. It was a terrible night for poor people, for the middle class, for seniors who rely on Social Security,
Well, who
for
wasn't
our
it sad
allies
for?
in Ukraine, for NATO, for the truth and democracy and decency. And it was a terrible night for everyone who voted against him. And guess what? It was a bad night for everyone who voted for him, too. You just don't realize it yet.
No, it was pretty awesome, actually. It was phenomenal. And you know what?
What don't I realize? I already lived through this 4 years
I've
of
already
great
had 4 years of this.
prosperity.
I loved it. It was great. In fact, the only time that has recently sucked for me in the last 8 years is the past 4, where my dollar didn't buy as much. And guess what? This isn't a scenario where I can kind of slow things down. My kids keep getting bigger. They keep eating more. They keep doing more stuff. So things have gotten much more expensive for me in the last 4 years.
Yep.
And under Trump, had the same scenario happen, you know what? I'd have handled it a lot easier. It would have been much more fun. I wouldn't have had to go, all right.
You hate women, dude.
What do those shoes cost? We got to figure that one out. 4 years ago, I just said, buy it. Let's go. It's fine. Let's do it. But when everything costs 30% more and your kids keep consuming more, this is what happens. Jimmy Kimmel, his side is going to look at it as they're still wrapping themselves in somehow he's the saint of this. We're looking to help you. You just don't know it yet. No, you weren't. You were never looking at. You were calling me Nazi 2 days before. You were calling me a fascist for the past 4 years. Don't tell me that you suddenly have my back and we're with you guys. You just don't know it yet. That's never been the case. And you know what I've said about you? Nothing. I've never painted you as some sort of like you're part of this entire group and you're all a bunch of Nazis. I just say y'all are pretty nutty people.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm trying
Not
to help
all of
you.
you.
Not all of you.
We don't say all of you are. The way they do this to us is all of you are the most racist, evil people. Even the blacks, and they group, they break theirs apart. They group all ours together.
20% of black men are now suddenly racist Nazis, and 40% of
White
Hispanics in total. They're now white Hispanics. That's what they're going to be.
Well, the Asians were the first to get turned white.
Oh, yes, white Asians.
Yes.
That was the first one they went to in order to qualify, in order to write their stories about this. But yes, it is a wonderful victory because people like Jimmy Kimmel are crying on television. And that is a wonderful thing. That is a good thing. These are all pluses. So I'm waiting for that moment where I'm supposed to stop gloating. I need more than 24 hours, okay? Like the rule now, I want to start talking about what we need to do from an executive action standpoint. This sort of stuff I want to see day one in Congress to go through. I want to codify some of the laws that we should have at the border as far as our security. We should be working on tax policy. These are important things to me. But in the meantime, because it's still Biden's presidency, I'm just going to celebrate.
Me too.
And I hope y'all do too.
Landslide.
That's going to do it for us. All right, we'll be back tomorrow, 6 to 10. We'll be out at the golf course over in Tucker. So until then, thank you to Joe Virgin River. Thank you to Rhino. Thank you to Tug. He'll be back on Monday. And thank you to you all out there for listening to this radio program. All right, whatever Tug that he says, he just says it. All right, see you tomorrow.
The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The only country in the world that had the ability to destroy the rest of the world and take it over and didn't do it.
We stopped the war, saved the planet, and then said, go live, you Germans can have Germany, Russia can have Russia. I mean, we didn't take their land. We could have taken them all.
We'd have salted the earth.
In fact,
they never rise again.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.